Hi Aravind, how are you?
Sir, I'm fine, sir.
And so many new faces are coming. Good. Hello, Santi Swarup, how are you?
Hello, sir. Vanakkam, sir.
Hi, sir.
I'm fine, sir. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Okay, namaste to everybody.
Yeah,
namaste. Santi Swarup, how are you?
I'm good. Anna, how are you?
Thambi, I am fine, Thambi.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Swarup.
Oh,
yeah, bahut din ho gaya.
Welcome, Pravesh.
Pravesh,
Pravesh in the
மியூட்ல இருக்க பிரவேஷ்.
Hello, கேக்குறதா?
Yes, இப்ப கேக்குது.
Okay. Good evening and welcome all.
Good evening, Pravesh.
Hi. Hello, Dr.K.Palanivel. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
Hello again. Thank you. How are you?
Okay, I'm good. Thank you. So இப்போ எத்தனை பேர் ஜாயின் பண்ணீங்க? Any statistics உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா?
45 till now 45 joined, sir.
Oh, okay. According to WhatsApp, I think we are totally 161 members, right?
No, it is crossing. Nearing 190 now.
Okay. That's wonderful. Wonderful. I think this group has to grow.
yes, sir.
Yes.
The progress is only in the growth and connecting with each other and be together in order to see how best we can, flourish together.
Yeah. Share our thoughts and for the benefit of the juniors and all. Excellent. And shall I share a PPT again? So in the meantime, we can also chat. Just PPT will go as a side. We can we can discuss, and we can also start our program by self-introduction by everyone. So we start with the senior batch.
Okay. I think is there any other senior person here?
Very much, Dr. Pradesh. I am there. Don't worry.
Dr. Bharat is also there. Okay.
Bharat, Pravesh. Bharat is there.
Good. Nice to see Dr. Bharat as well here. In fact, it's been a long time. I have also met my classmates.
Yeah, it's been so many years after we met. Okay, guys, I am Bharat. I did my MTech during 97-98. And we were the batch only. Just 6 people. We were just 6 people during that time. And it was a great time. Like now close to 22 years of service.
Oh,
GIS. Thanks to Professor Dr. S.M. Ramaswamy and C.J. Kumanan. And I should thank to all my seniors who did doctorate during that time, like Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Palanivel, Dr. Saravanavel, I think, yeah.
We are as a student, we are similar. We are both.
So then Dr. Balaji. Then there was, we should be, at this time, we should be remembering Dr. Karthikeyan, who left us. is no more now. Dr. Neelagandan, who is now in Bangalore.
I can hint you with a couple of more doctorates.
Dr. Neelagandan, always
Dr. Jayakumar,
really great.
Dr. Jayakumar, who is in UNESCO.
Yeah. Dr. Jayakumar also. It was a real fun during that time, and we learned a lot. It was the time we learned more of remote sensing, because everything is remote. Now you people had, I think, during your days, I think you had a lot of infrastructure. But when we were doing, we didn't have much of GIS software. We have never seen, apart from this crash software. We were just remotely sensing all the software. And after we joined, then we get to know about all the softwares, and it's really a great time and learned a lot of things. And thanks for Dr. Palani and Dr. Palanivel for this event. And thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, Bharat, thank you very much. Still, I remember you are doing GIS for cadastral mapping for Thogamalai Water Center. And we are closely associated with Dr. Vasudevan sir.
Yeah. Really, after begging, and I was not allowed inside that
lab.
That lab.
Still, I remember because in that project I was working as a JR.
Yeah. Only at night time it was allowed. The digitized board.
That is a situation availability of infrastructure.
Yeah. Really, it was.
We had a shift.
Everything we learned during our days, MTech days. So,
Right.
Yeah, and you guys were there more encouraging for us, even though Sarvanavel, you were in project, and because of your kind of sacrifice, and we could able to do that project. Really great. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of fight for using the light table and other things.
Yeah, right. True. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, sir, Pravi sir.
I was actually waiting for Dr. Rajadurai and Dr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Madhushankar, for Arul Mani.
Manimurali.
Manimurali is also there.
For them also to join.
Yes.
Any which ways. Hello guys, my name is Pravish, and I am from the same batch as Mr. Bharat is. And so while Bharat told you that he is from the batch 96-98, I would like to say that I was from a batch from 96 to 97 only. Yeah, the reason was, the people who remained in Trichy happened to be in Trichy for quite some time, and they had an extended, lifestyle in Bharathasan University. So I would say they were more privileged than people like me who wanted to be, somewhere outside and then do their project outside. So I did my project in ISRO. I was deputed from ISRO to Karnataka State Remote Sensing Center for one of the projects called Zoning Atlas for Industries. And that's how, I came out of Bharathasan University and then quickly joined into organizations like ISEC, ESRI, Hexagon and all. Like they say that the early bird catches the prey. And the similar thing worked out for me well. While I would similarly thank everybody, in fact, my own colleagues, my own classmates, my own fellow beings at the Center for Remote Sensing to have helped each other in order to bring the center to this level, and individuals to this level. I would really want to thank them at this point in time. At the same time, I would also want to, remind Dr. Palanivel that, in order to reactivate one of our own alumni associations, which is called MARS. I could recollect the name, MARS. MTech Alumni of Remote Sensing is what it was called as. So I would like Dr. Palanivel to check if this can be reactivated, and the association, I don't know whether it can be revamped from there, or is it that the alumni association has to be created from scratch as a new association now. So I would like to make this request to Dr. Palanivel. But at the same time, I would certainly thank the whole team from DRS to have initiated this again, and then make a podium where everyone can share their thoughts and then be an extended arm to help each other in making their future career. So thank you, Dr. Palanivel and team. So I started off with ISRO, and then slowly from ISRO I jumped into the commercial wing of the geospatial sector. I then immediately got a job into ESRI, which is a dream job for everybody. So which is the world's #1 geospatial organization. And so from there, my entire career started off. I started off as a technocrat, and then slowly moved from commercial into really commercial. So that's where I stand today. So from ESRI, I moved into TCS. I was the National Geospatial Sales Officer, Sales Head in TCS. And in TCS, I worked for a couple of years, more than 2 years, in fact. And then I joined a company called Leica Geosystems Geospatial Imaging. Leica got acquired by a lot of companies. Leica acquired a lot of companies too, like Erdas. Then Leica got merged with Intergraph. Then Hexagon acquired Intergraph and Leica both together. And that's where I had to, juggle between these companies and also grow together. While growing inside of Leica, Erdas, Intergraph, and Hexagon, I happened to travel a long journey by learning in the hardware stuff as well as the software stuff. So today, Leica is a 360-degree company, or rather, Hexagon is a 360-degree company, which has got scanning systems, survey systems, mobile scanners, GIS software, image processing software, photogrammetry software, and so on. And that's where I got to learn a lot of stuff, including sharpening my own managing and technical skills. So that's where I stand today. So obviously, I have, I get a lot of support from the academia. And I also get a lot of calls to be on the board of studies. One of the universities is Madras University, the other universities are Varun University, Banaras University. I also happen to be on the board of studies for Periyar, for SRM, and so on, where I, contributed to change or revise the syllabus based upon the upcomings of technology in the sector. So that's how I grew, and I helped organizations to grow. So similarly, I would I could request everyone to share their knowledge, to be a part of this small family, I would say, community, I would say. So GIS, Geospatial is a small community which everyone has to help, and then see how geospatial community can flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you. You are always attached to our department. Many times you are associated with our board of studies and in many things. You have helped a lot to our department in the past. Okay.
Dr. Palanivel, that has been always my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Many times you have given us a speech and other pictures. This is only mainly for the younger students who are studying here and younger alumni. You can see how our your senior super juniors, they are working all around the world, from Trichy. Okay, next any others? I think anybody next who's
BTK sir, BTK sir.
Tirukumar sir. Tirukumar sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see our seniors Pravish and Bharat together. This meeting. I have a few photographs in my PPT of yours. Okay, I did my MTech during 97 to 98. That is the next batch of Pravish and Bharat. Again, we were 6 only during the time, and one of the person left in the middle, so we were 5 only in that batch. During my MTech, I got my job, my teaching job here in Salem Government Arts College. From then, from that date, I'm working in the same department. Almost I completed 23 years of service. Right now, I'm taking care of controller section as well. So that's the small thing. Generally, I'm associated with the Center for Remote Sensing, and many of the phases, I took a few batches of students to the field. So somehow I'm connected, not taking them regularly, but occasionally, whenever the request is coming from Palani and Saranil sir, I used to take the students to field, especially if they are coming to Salem, then definitely I'll be there to take care of them. That's a small thing. Okay, thank you. Then many people are there; they can introduce. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tirukumar. So many times we are bringing our students in your college. You are taking our students to field work. In your Facebook, most of our students are joined with you as your friends.
Yes, sir.
They all are remembering you, sir. You have spent with our students only for the few days, maybe
Yes,
4 or 5 days,
Yes, sir.
but they are remembering you for more than 15 years.
That's great.
Sometime I will see on the Facebook.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For sometimes they will remembering you. So
Yes, sir. Shivakumar Shankar is there. Salguna is there.
Yes. They always speaking about you, sir. Your valuable guidance in the field work. Because of you, only the students sometimes get more interest towards the geology. But what happened after coming from the field, they will start to forget again.
Yeah, they'll forget naturally.
But anyhow, the interest, whatever you have created, was very much important, sir. Nearly 4 or 5 batch students, I think.
Okay, sir.
So in the future also, we need your support, sir.
Sure, sir. Sure. I'm ready to help them.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, Tirukumaran. Great. It's a wonderful job. In fact, being outside the college and then again helping our own, our own fraternity is.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Because it is from our another alma mater. I cannot deny it. No, I cannot refuse it.
Very true. That's
moreover, I like to move on with students. So naturally, if they come, I'll be there.
Yes, sir. Next, Guru here and a senior person. I don't know. Any others?
Any volunteer, you can volunteer, no? Anyone
voluntarily can speak.
Yeah, Manimurali is there. Manimurali is my class.
Manimurali, sir.
Sir, can I speak now?
Yes, Guru. You can speak.
Very good afternoon to all. I think first I thanks to sirs for initiating this alumni
Senior, switch on your video. We want to see you.
Okay, I can switch on it. I joined in 2001, exactly 20 years back. My MTech, just we completed last month. I don't know how we crossed 20 years just like that. And when we joined, fortunately we are having Professor Honorable former Vice Chancellor SMR sir and CJK sir. And Palanivel Anna, Saravanan Anna, Neelandan, then Sivakumar Anna, Puna, Anand. There are so many people there to support us. And especially like in CEO, previously was telling that he's fortunate to get the Kannada state for his project, but we are almost 6 or 8 people who have done the research in this search section. So we stayed all together with all of them, and every tea break we enjoyed in the corridor. And we are having good one office assistant. I forgot his name. He used to give a different name for different peoples, and we are always having very joy and enjoy moment. And especially we worked in the different project, and later on we ended with a different project in our academic commitments. And frankly speaking, my life journey is happening after my MTech, where I got interaction with all other communities. And I got the chance to meet Professor S. Anpalagan during the time when he was working at IIT Bombay. So I met previously also in Bombay a couple of times with Kananji and other things, seniors. So after that, I moved to Tata Institute of Faculty, where last year I joined the Central University of Tamil Nadu. So I thankful to all of my teachers and seniors and my juniors. Thank you very much.
Guru, thank you, Guru.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
You are also supporting us. Now you are coming very near to us.
Yes. Please do visit my place now. I will give you proper invitation. Because COVID situation, I am not able to do much activities here.
Mostly you are in the Bombay, now we are very much near to us. So you have to cross our town to your native. And also you are very much close to
Just 2 hours journey.
Okay, Guru. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And next anybody?
Manimurali is there, sir.
Manimurali, sir.
Yes, Dr. Manimurali.
Yes, good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yeah, but not visible.
Audible, you can also be visible, please.
But not
I have unchecked my video. I don't know why it's not coming. Okay.
Very much, Dr. Manimurali. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, Privesh, how are you? Yeah.
I'm good, sir.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all. It's great to see the seniors as well as juniors here. As soon as I got this invitation, I came to know that there is some event like this. I was really excited. At this moment, actually, I remember late Dr. D. Bhupati, who is a classmate of Privesh, Bharat, Joseph. And because of him, I can say that I am here today. Because he was the one who motivated me from 8th standard to MTech remote sensing, I can say. Unfortunately, he's no more now. I miss him a lot. And I remember him every day. I am, as Tirukumaran told, I am classmate of Tirukumaran, 97-98 batch. We were 5. And I am one among them. 98, as soon as I finished, maybe in MTech, I should say that, as usual, because of the guide, I was looking for my dissertation project outside. Fortunately, Privesh made my life easier. He was my senior because we went to the same guide, Dr. Manivel. So he has set up the ground nice in the Bangalore, in ISRO. So I just followed his footsteps, and he already spoke to a scientist, Dr. Krishnamurthy there. And he arranged, he's supposed to be from my native place. So he was very overwhelming. He helped me to get a dissertation position in Karnataka State Remote Sensing Center. It was a good stay. Privesh was there working in IISc that time. We really had some good time. And because of that, our exposure to the outside, as he told, the early birds get the early prey. Our exposure to the outside, we could get some position immediately. Even before my MTech results were announced, I was fortunately selected in Defense Terrain Research Laboratory as a junior research fellow. So I moved immediately in 98. 98 I finished. 99 February I moved to Delhi. Then there I was there for 4 years. Subsequently, I moved to National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, as a scientist B. So from then, I am in NIO, Goa. Now I am a principal scientist. Maybe from whatever I learned from Professor SMR and Dr. Kumanan and many others. So I could survive in NIO, I could perform well and could publish some 50, 60 papers in the research fields, especially coastal processes, coastal geomorphology, etc., and could handle some big projects almost to the tune of 30, 40 crores. So in that way, the footstep, the training which Bharadas University Center for Remote Sensing, our seniors, our professors, whomever gave the thing, at least I did the justice, I can say. And unfortunately, I'm not so close to the department, but I am very close to the Marine Science Department because of the subject affiliation. Because NIO has a MOU with the Marine Science Department and recognized research center, and I have guideship also there. And all my students are registered there only. So in that way, Marine Science Department has more association with me than our center. But it's not by any other reason. Maybe always open to extend the help, whatever, to the students needed from here. In between, few times, I think Privesh I met, Professor I met, SMR I met in few conferences, and it was all good. I can say that maybe Privesh, I should thank you openly here. That time, critical time, in overnight, the dissertation was decided. If I would have been stuck in Trichy, maybe even today I would have been in Trichy. Because that was a U-turn, I can say that. Went out of Trichy. So whole life changed, and maybe we were what you call roaming birds in the world. So I would be happy to help anybody. Anybody want to ask anything, please feel free.
Morley, I need one favor now immediately. I need a favor immediately to switch on your camera.
I'm not getting. I'll again log out and log in again. Maybe I should. I also want to show myself to you people. Bharat is one person who did dragging in National College when I joined. They were failure. Bharat and Privesh were our what do you call our motivating. How we look the people like movies, like that. We used to see and learn from them.
Too much, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful introduction, Dr. Marimuthli. And so as you rightly said, that this is a fraternity. This is a fraternity of our own, and then we should definitely help each other and the department and the juniors who are currently in our department to lift them from where they are, give them an extended hand, and then flourish their futures. So Dr. Palanivel, the request is on you that, since Dr. Mani Murli is an NIO and he is a principal scientist, what we can do is probably arrange next academic year to come. Probably we can have NIO as one of the visit areas, and then probably when Dr. Mani Murli can help our students either by taking them as intern or by giving taking a special class on remote sensing and on using marine technologies or remote sensing technologies in marine sciences.
I had come to our department maybe 4 years back. There was a workshop conducted by the department. I came to give in lecture also, and yes, many students come for the internships as well as from many other universities also. Yeah, it should be good, and National College people regularly come here. Whatever to the maximum I can help here, I'm doing it. They National College Masters batch normally they are bringing here for the educational tour and visit to NIO. All those things are normally regularly arranged. So in the same way, I think center people also can do it if they are if they have a plan to visit various places, and you can consider Goa as one. And NIO is one of the leading and first oceanographic research lab in the Indian Ocean countries, very well equipped, and I can say what everything is here. I can say all under one roof. I can see in oceanography research.
Yeah. While Mani Murali speaks on, I was able to recollect and my old memories that there was a ship called Sagar Kanya, which used to visit Antarctica.
Yeah, even now it is there. Even now it is operational.
Yeah, so I was one of the person who was let into Sagar Kanya, and so I was a person who installed ArcGIS on board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was a person who was left inside, and then we sailed to certain limits into the sea, and then see that whether we are able to get the real-time sonar readings, and then connect it with the ArcGIS software that time. So this was approximately, I would say, in 2003 or 4 or 5. I don't exactly remember. So 15 years back.
Yeah, that time
so
they acquired that time I acquired that deep sea bathymetry instrument, Leica instrument they installed it. So in fact, I was one among them, got trained in Germany for that. I even went to Germany for 1 month a few times. So we worked, and later the project was subsequently transferred to another institute or other part of the river, National Center for Polar and Ocean, NCPOR we call. So
NPCOR.
So now they are taking care of the ship and all those things. So now NIO is having its own 2 ships, but Sagar Kanya is with NCPOR now.
Okay. There was one Dr. Surya Narayana also that time.
Yeah. He retired now. He retired.
Yeah. He along with someone else from, I think Pandey was the director of NCPOR.
PC Pandey.
Okay, great, Mani Murali.
Great. Bharat, before the meeting gets over, I will log out and again join. Hopefully my camera works. You will
yes.
And
really nice.
I'll be happy to see you. I'll be happy to see you after long years.
Yeah. You will be surprised. I'm not. I think previous used to tell me I changed a lot. Maybe I put on so much, but it is good to show. I will do it before this meeting ends. I will do it.
So Mani Murali sir.
Yes.
Hereafter our students will approach you for discussion other things. You must help us.
Yes.
You have promised me in front of our Pravi sir also. You must help our students also.
We have a regular system of interns and dissertation. Just if you follow, we are happy to take at least 2 students in a year. You select the center, send us the best. We will train them the best.
Okay. And I wish to add one thing to that is a Sagar. Now you are telling us even today that ship only collecting the MPS data and the SPA data for our digital Kumbuar project along with the NIO. Mani Murali sir, I wish to add we are working with
I saw the recent publications also by Professor, the submerged artifacts, submerged things in the Kumbuar. Recent last year also I think Professor published 2 papers. I saw those papers.
Okay. Yeah, for that the Sagar that ship only collected the MPS data. So you still is working. Okay. Thank you, Mani Murali. We are expecting
all my juniors. So this is about me, and hope to see and listen you also.
Our younger students are more brave. All are the students who join now with us are after +2. They are coming from the very earlier. We are going to geology. Whenever we don't have the other courses, we will join geology. But the students who are joining now, they want to study geology, they want to study geology, they want to study mostly, they are joining. And also they have scored a very high score in the +2 level. So now the human resources are very well on the geoinformatics, emotions, and geosciences. So your people have to help us. We have the lot of resources for every year. 40 50 students are coming from our center. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajdura is joining.
Yes.
Hi, good evening to everybody. Can you all hear me?
Very good evening.
Good evening,
Yes.
sir. Good evening, sir.
Am I audible and loud and clear?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
loud
And
and clear.
visible also.
Yeah, I think I'm extremely happy to see so many people join today to kind of remember back our center and the department and the university. And I am overwhelmed by various people of us reached so many heights. And a classic example of just concluded Mani Murali as a scientist and flourishing well in NIO. Is a really proud moment, and having educated out of that school, it gives immense pleasure and feeling great about that. I think I belong to the third batch in the school studying MTech. The first batch, in fact, was a diploma, and the second batch was MTech, and that was said by seniors like Gurujanam. I think I'm the fourth batch. Yes, Gurujanam and that team, and then prior to that, Guru, Venki, all these guys were there. And after that, I think I was followed by Bharat, the naughty Bharat, and Pravesh over here. That team was there, and after that, not much. I didn't have much connect, but I had a sub junior who came to me in Hyderabad, whom I could enroll back in NRC for a project, and I think he did well, and I'm not sure where he is now. But post that, not much of connect. But extremely happy and moving to know that many of you are doing really great and at great places. So that's fantastic. And I started my journey as soon as I came out from the school, Center for Remote Sensing. I started doing a DST project, and I didn't complete that. Maybe I got bored, or I felt like this is not something I am interested in. So that when Pravesh said, "Doctor, it has to have a mark on top of that. It is not finished," because I left the project in between, even though I had a fellowship. But then I joined a company called Rolta India Limited, which is that is the time it did Intergraph based GIS and remote sensing and photogrammetry softwares, and where I found very interesting things, and journey from there. I spent 3 years over there, and then moved to a company called Bentley Systems, a US-based company, and hasn't moved out of that company yet, or I have not been kicked out of that company yet. Still working for this company, and right now I'm based out in Chennai. But I have, kind of privileged to have experience across the globe, working in international projects also. So, that right now I'm focusing more on the digital transformation based activities, working with the large users of our software in terms of not just GIS and remote sensing, but also the engineering side, design, construction, and EPC world and all that, because I believe everything is built for us to live well in the name of infrastructure. So I'm in the world of infrastructure today, where the integration of GIS or geospatial world and the engineering world, is taking very active role. That integration is really doing a pivotal role. And that's where I got interested. I'm in that projects. So that's it about me. And I think that this with the Bentley system, it's been now 19 years crossed. Still doing well in Chennai now. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful intro. Nice to see you, Raj.
Hey, Pravesh. Yeah, man. By the way, I been in touch with Bharat and Pravesh quite often, and of course, a couple of our seniors and my classmates, Arul Mani, who is with Lions. These are people who I come across very, very often, and we actually hit upon each other quite a lot. Pravish and myself mostly, jump upon each other on the flight, especially on the seats besides each other. So, so that's nice. Happy. I mean, I just had a glimpse of that a few minutes back.
Very good. Nice to see you.
Sir, a lot of students are watching this one. Just a few words to our students, sir. Yes. Some few words to our students. A lot of students are watching here on YouTube also.
Sorry, I didn't hear it well. Pardon me, sir.
We are getting some few words towards our students. Some of the things we can tell to our students how the GS industry are here, how they have to develop their knowledge, how they have to build up the capacity like that.
I think so. I think Pravish had given some nice points around, and he's one of the inspirations you guys have, all of us have, and many others like Direct Dr. Mani Murali or Thirukumaran. So they're all doing a lot of good works. My suggestion and recommendation based on my experience is basically this is a field when we just joined the Center for Remote Sensing in Trichy. There were mixed opinions about is this course is going to give us anything or not? Is it really worth enough to study? Do we have any scope for this particular course? After finishing MTech, what are we going to do? Many of us are not doing anything, not much. With this mixed opinions and critics, believe me, there are a couple of fellow students, kind of discontinued and went. But let me tell you very proudly that at least in my batch and the following batch and in my previous batch, I could say that all of us are in very high positions. They are really, really doing than any other centers which had, post students like us. We reached some of the pinnacle areas, and I'm very proudly saying that. So please don't get disappointed about what you're doing and where you are. It's a great center. Can give you a lot of rewards in the time to come. But the other suggestion from the industry perspective, being in the industry, today the world has kind of come to a level where we are forgetting the mode of working in silos to a more integrated way, and that's where the world is going. So, which means what I'm trying to say is basically don't limit yourself within one particular paradigm or one particular area of interest, but try to extrapolate your knowledge into other areas where you can, from geospatial, how I can contribute to the engineering world, how I can contribute to the scientific world, how I can contribute to the planning world, and so on and so forth. So everywhere these all have to be finally integrated together to make something better in the world to come. So what I'm suggesting is don't limit yourself within only this chunk of a thing. Please expand yourself to other areas. Learn some technology, which is always going to be handy for you. So today the learning is absolutely fantastic than before, because you type in anything, you get in YouTube, and self-learning is the way, and that's a way we all been doing this way since 2020, I guess. And every school kid has been now trained and tuned to learn from remote. So remote learning is the way to go. So it's easy to learn a lot of things, and you spend some time, learn a lot of things, and that's how you have to make your skill always up and running. So that is going to help you out wherever you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You gave a lecture. It was very good notes coming from you, sir. Very much thank you. Thank you to you.
Dr. Samuel, sir, your voice is not clear.
Oh, okay.
Thank
you very much.
I proudly go back and say everywhere is basically, although there could be a lot of critical opinions, but I still would rate that Dr. SMR is one of the fantastic teachers I have ever come across. And I I have no preparation right now, but I can confidently say that I can come back to the department today and teach geomorphology what he has taught me on that day.
He is a stalwart.
He has got on me, seriously speaking. So
he is a stalwart.
Yeah.
So he is no ordinary person. He is, in fact, God for all of us.
And of course, Dr. Kumanan, Chandrasekhar, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Manivel, all of them. I mean, there were few of them, but we had a great time in the department.
Wonderful, Rajendra sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palanivel.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Then any other Sanghi Saraf can speak from Odisha. He is a younger alumni, sir. In 2000. You are the 90 batch. 2000. Sanghi Saraf. Sahu.
He just left, I think.
Okay. So any others want to speak and see? Abhilash here. Abhilash.
Many people are raising their hands. You can see the
Yeah.
queue and you can call by that order.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Abhilash.
Yeah. I'm trying to switch my video here. I think I'm visible. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
You are visible. Fine, Abhilash.
Yeah, we met last. I think.
You just introduce yourself and.
Yeah, I will introduce myself. I did my master's in 2004, 2006. MSc Geoinformatics. After that, I joined Fugro Inc. basically. And from Fugro, I moved to Middle East, a company called Horizon Geosciences in 2006, 2008, I think. Still working with the Horizon Geosciences, and I'm currently working as a project manager there. And after the geoinformatics, I went to UK for masters in hydrography. So 2014, I believe. So just moving around the world. I work almost everywhere, working in the offshore. And just 3 months back, I joined here in Dubai. My office, I started working as an office employee, as a project manager. And in between, I did an MBA, PGEP from IIM Calicut. It's still going on. So that's my career path. If everybody asks me basic, what's your education background, I just start with remote sensing. That's my privilege, I can say that. So, yep, just doing the job. Basically, Horizon Geosciences is owned by Boskalis, one of the biggest dredging companies in the world. So we are a subsidiary of Boskalis now. Working in the Middle East, doing the projects all over the world. Currently, I'm handling it around 4 to 6 projects all over the world. So it's going on smoothly. Thanks. Nice to meet you all. And I really appreciate Palanivel sir and Palanivel sir for arranging these kind of things. And I hope we can do much better. Because what I come to know when I was attending the classes in IIM, I come to know that most of the business schools, including the Harvard, they're running with the alumni help. Because you know that most of the institutions are now getting the shortage of funds, and of course we can help. The alumni can help the freshers, the blooming, those who are coming out of the department, because we know that we struggled a lot to get these positions, and we can guide these kids in a better way if we use our experiences. So I really appreciate you, sir, for arranging kind of these things, and we'll promise my complete support for this.
Okay. Thank you, Abhilash. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Students, Abhilash is working in a very fine area. He is doing very, very fine resolution arithmetic data. In subnet level, he is working. Even they are identifying the pipeline. submerged pipelines in the oceans. So they are also working in the project now. One flight is missing, the Indonesia flight. Even the searching for that also they is involved in the searching coming to operation also. Abhilash, we have to give some lectures to our students in the future.
Yeah, of course, sir. Basically, the thing is, we know Mars and Moon better than the oceans. Only 30% of the ocean is mapped in the world. So we are basically dealing with the hydrography, means the mapping the ocean. It's really challenging, and the equipments are entirely different. Of course, the data is different, and the world is basically different. So, and the funny thing is, all the outputs, all the final data, and our clients are just like the Shell and all these companies. They are requesting the data in a GIS format. So GIS is everywhere, but in a different form. What could I say? Because I know some people, they're working in the planning stage, so they're using a GIS in a different way. So just like that, we are using GIS, but we're using visual GIS in some of the places. So it's a different world of GIS basically. I'm quite happy to speak about this because I don't think if any of our friends are working in the hydrography field, and I just came across it, and then I went for the higher studies. So I can say that I'm a chartered hydrographer now. It's very hard to find it. It's I think I'm the second or third of the chartered hydrographer, Indian chartered hydrographers. So I'm quite happy to share my knowledge because I work almost all over the world in 15 years. So I'm quite happy to if anyone knows about this hydrography.
That's really wonderful, Mr. Abhilash. Really nice. Nice to hear you today. This is Pravish, by the way. Abhilash, while we would certainly, the university would certainly require your knowledge and probably want you to share your knowledge with the future students. But at the same time, when you said GIS, yeah, GIS is a tool which uses the inputs from all the hardware and the remote sensors. So that is what is the I would say uh, the main instrument that gives data to GIS. And GIS is only a tool where people visualize and analyze the data. So today, in fact, while I was talking to Dr. Palanivel the other day, he was talking to me and telling me that the emphasis on remote sensing has to be there. The peripherals, the other tools, the other compliance software, which is along with remote sensing, is definitely there. But the emphasis for people to know remote sensing is very important. So the tools that you currently use in your hydrographics is also a remote sensing tool, and these tools help study the hydrography, the bathymetry, and so on, in order to identify where pipelines are there and things like that. So, so that's the emphasis that we have to give to our students, that without remote sensing, GIS won't work. Without remote sensing, data is not available. So that's the emphasis which Dr. Palanivel wanted me to declare here, or probably propagate here, in order for people to take it from remote sensing and then give it to other softwares like GIS and remote sensing and GIS and image processing and so on. Do you agree with this?
Yeah. As you said, that pretty much that is the thing actually. Yeah, of course, the input matters. The input is a bit different. And, we do this all, and that's actually correct. But the thing is, the amount of data which we are handling is pretty big amount of data. The basic thing is this hydrography and all. It's not single bathymetry. We map with the very big areas, and yeah, I'm quite happy to do some presentations or anything for the students, because in India it's very hard to learn the hydrography. It's only meant for the Navy. if you want to learn the hydrography, you have to go to UK or Europe. And most of the hydrographers are Navy veterans. And they came out of the Navy by the age of 33 or 35, and they started working in the private sector. So we have MSc students, they're coming out by 22nd, 23 of their age. It's a big opportunity for them. It's basically survey, but these kind of data processing and all, there are some kind of softwares. The one who knows the remote sensing, they can do much better. Any of them.
Absolutely. In India, if you see, we have NIH in Dehradun, which is the National Institute of Hydrography. And I have had a couple of interactions with the director of NIH. And this was for the bathymetry study of the coastal Tamil Nadu and so on. And that is when the thought process of also having hydrography as a part of the remote sensing paper occurred to us. So this would probably be a part of the next curriculum to come up. We will also take a lot of inputs from you.
Yeah, sure, of course. Actually, I'm quite happy to help in all these academic matters, because if you want anything for a small presentation or anything, I don't mind to fly from here. It's only 4 hours of flight to India. And I do quite often fly to India, because every 2 months I'm planning to be there. Every 2 months, once in 2 months, I will be in India for 5 days. Because that's
wonderful. Thank
so
you.
I'm quite happy to help the people, because I came across this industry by if I tell you that story of how I come into this industry, it's a very, very interesting story. Because I came into this industry with the samosa. I got a paper just for getting the oil from a samosa. That paper had an advertisement from Figaro. So I kept that samosa paper in my pocket, and I joined the Figaro. And from Figaro, I started my career. And I as you met that IHO, the president, I'm also a CAT surveyor. He's a CAT surveyor, I'm sure that. So that was just the beginning of my journey. And now, after 15 years of offshore experience, I meant to say, not onshore, 15 years of offshore experience, I come across almost all of the equipments. So whatever you need, I shared my email ID to Palanivil sir, and I'm quite happy to help.
So you fell into an accident which was a fortune for you.
Yes, of course. I don't want to say no to that. Actually, it was an accident, but I utilized it in a better way.
Wonderful.
So my email address is with Palanivil sir. So any help, academic help, I don't mind. Don't mind about how I travel or anything. I will pay from my pocket. I don't mind. So I'm quite happy to help you in any kind of academic. Because I love to speak about my industry, to be frank.
Okay, thank you, Abhilash. Thank you very much.
Yes, still I remember that Mr. Abhilash, when he was doing his MSc dissertation work, he was simply duplicating this JS software, just an imitated software in DOS. So in that way, he was praised like anything by our Professor S.M. Ramasamy sir at that time. Thank you, Abhilash.
Sure, sir. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye,
Panda, yes, sir. Next, Panda want to speak something. Panda, Prabhalokumar Panda.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, we are hearing you, Panda.
Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. Yes.
Vanakkam, sir. Vanakkam.
Let me just introduce you. He is from Odisha. Prabhalokumar Panda is a professor in the University of what is that? I'm sorry.
Centurion University of Technology and Management, Odisha.
Yes. Please proceed.
Yeah, this is Dr. Praful Panda. So I had done MTech in Geological Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics 2007-9 batch. First of all, I would like to express my thanks that whatever the efforts taken by Dr.K.Palanivel sir and Dr. Saravnale sir to bring all these seniors, super seniors, and juniors in a particular in a one platform to exchange, to integrate, or to interact with each other, particularly in this geospatial technology forum. Actually, I can tell in that MTech study, that is the curriculum, that means what base you have to study and something like that. But whenever you will come for that application purposes, that means you have to implement. Fortune for that, whenever I came to this Centurion University, I'm actually that is last 6 years I'm heading this civil engineering department. And whenever I came to this Centurion University, then I thought that in which way I have to start this GIS and the remote sensing in a particular for these students. Then I thought that, okay, how it will be benefit for the society, because my university where it is located in a tribal area, then how the people will get benefit from that. And keeping on these particular aspects, a few things in the GIS remote sensing, I have already studied the different types of the activities for the students and for the local community. Then in the 2014, I got a project from BSD, that is health GIS, actually in that particular health GIS. And in that case, we have connected with the various peoples and whatever the problems, then how to interact with the district administration and all other things. See, these are the talking about how this remote sensing GIS will be implemented in the various sectors, particularly because you can implement in that every sector like oil, geomorphology, geology, everything. But health is typically a different platform where there. Then I have started that. Then coming to this civil engineering aspects, how to implement it, how to integrate it. Actually, whatever the theoretical knowledge we are getting, then practical, because our university and that means my community also, the faculty community, what we are depend upon that hands-on the practice. So not only the theoretical aspects, always we have to go for this hands-on aspects, and for that purpose only. And finally, what we are talking about, this is the 3P, publication, then patent, then project. Then adding to that, another component I have added, which is the paisa, that money. So whenever all this, the core component you will add, particularly in the sector of GIS and the remote sensing, all things you can get it. And then the final aspects, being the academician, then starting from this, the theoretical knowledge, implementing, and finally, whatever the infrastructure it has given to me, I have developed a very good remote sensing lab here. Then started, recently I have started, that is MTech in geoinformatics, MSc in geoinformatics, and we have already planned for diploma in geospatial technology, geospatial survey. And for coming years also, that applied engineering geology, what we are going to study here, particularly in that tribal area. So that is the intention. And I should not forget, that is whatever the corporations or whatever the lots of affections, and because each and every time I am talking with the Professor SMR as well as the Dr. CJK, and in that WhatsApp also I am talking with Dr. Palanivel sir and Palanivel sir also. That means what it was a wonderful day, wonderful time, particularly in that 2007 to 9, and all aspects. So actually, I need this the cooperation to proceed further from each and individual whenever it's required for the Bharat Darshan University, particularly for the CRS. I'm sure I can help in every aspect, whatever it may be. So thank you everyone to giving me this opportunity and share me whatever the thoughts and ideas and the communicate and whatever the things that happen in that area. Thank you once again to all of you. Namaste.
Thank you, Ponda. Thank you, Ponda. Very nice to see you after a very long time.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Prafula Panda.
This is Pravish. By the way, sorry for interrupting, Palanivel sir.
No problem, sir. No problem. Yes, nothing.
Perhaps his introduction was very, very inspiring.
Yeah.
I would request everyone to follow his footsteps. Not to be a professor, but at least he has done a lot of stuff. He has started MTech in geoinformatics now, and he has also raised a lot of funds in order to get software and hardware and so on for his university and department for his Then he's also when he was saying that he has tried in order to educate the tribal society is a phenomenal job. We all need to develop our folks. When I meant folks, it's the tribal folks for sure. Anyway, the people who are there in the city and the town, they by nature itself they come up very well, but we certainly need to help our villages and tribes in order to come out and then get mixed up with the civilian community and then have a wonderful livelihood. So that's a wonderful initiative, and that's really inspiring from Dr. Prafulla Panda. Very nice meeting you, sir.
Thank you. Purushothaman Raj and Ramesh Veerappan. Purushothaman Raj, here.
Yes, sir. I can start.
Ramesh here.
Yeah. Thank you. Warm welcome, everyone. So myself, Ramesh Veerappan. So I finished my MTech 2 years program in the year 2008. So 2006 to batch, I was there with Center for Remote Sensing. So it was a great journey. I can say I can divide my career into two parts. One is before joining to SARES and after SARES. So after completing my master MTech degree from Center for Remote Sensing, then I immediately after completing the course, I have joined as a production executive in Rolta India Limited at Mumbai. So it was about 2 years from 8 to 10. So the journey was, many people were discussing it is hard. It was hard time. The courses, the learnings, whatever we got from the 2 years program, the assignments, the organization given to us, it was completely different. That is as a major difference I would like to share in front of you all. So it is depend on us how are we adopting these tools, technologies in various part of our career, and whatever it always may not be whatever you are expecting from the organization. So the assignments may be different, the targets may be different, the people's perception of understanding geospatial technologies may be different, and the data you are presenting to the audience, that should obviously reach to the society, organization. That is what you need to work on. So after that industry experience, I was very much passionate about my research career. So I joined as a junior research fellow at Periyar University, Salem. So one of our distinguished alumni under Professor S. Anbalagan sir. So from 2010 to 15, I was engaged with research, PhD research, and in the year 2015, I finished my PhD. Then again, after completing my doctorate, I had joined as assistant professor, Center for Geoinformatics at Tata.
I guess we lost
from 2015 to 2021. Last 7 years, I'm now affiliating here. The major experience I would like to share. We are not doing something like the many of our alumni are sharing. We are doing modeling and all. when I
Ramesh, we missed your voice. I think from 2015 something.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes. Now you can.
Yeah.
You're audible now.
Yeah. Thank you. So from 2015, I have joined as assistant professor at the Center for Geoinformatics, Tata Institute of Social Science, along with one of our another distinguished alumni, Dr. K.Palanivel sir. So we were working there, and the last 7 years, I'm affiliated with this particular center. The major experience I would like to share, the technologies, the knowledge, whatever we learned from the program and throughout our career, here we are using these ideas and tools, and particularly geospatial technologies in social sector. That is what we are experiencing. We are feeling like very proud to use this technology for social sector. So the people, the environment we are working under, they do not have any technology background to understand this technology. Our duty is to share our, provide our details, provide our data sets, analyze our data sets, and present them in most understanding way. So that is our targets, our research always oriented towards that kind of objectives. So we are doing this for decadal period. So this is our experience, and really very happy to meet our professors, seniors and juniors, batchmates. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and I'm always proud to be part of this alumni group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you,
hearing,
Ramesh.
Yeah.
Next,
Ramesh, this is Pravish.
Yeah,
I was actually wondering, where did I see you?
Sir, I was
you
about
know,
to share. We met last
met at,
year before Corona lockdown. You visited our center. We both had a evening tea also. Yeah.
Correct.
It was a wonderful meeting with you, sir.
Thank you. Nice meeting you today.
Ramesh, Ramesh, is it the department that Ravindra Dhiman is there? Same.
Yeah. Of course, sir. Okay. Of course. We used to, Dr. Ravinder used to share the days he spent with you as well.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah. We will meet, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Purushottam and Raju, you can speak now.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Palanivel. Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Palanivel. Yeah. This is Purushottam. I did my master's from Center for Remote Sensing during the batch 2002-2004. That was the best time. I would like to just mention that how I get into this course first. My uncle happens to be staying in the same road where Dr. SMR is staying in Trichy. By looking at his name board, I got an inspiration and I wanted to join this course by anyhow. So I got into this course. By then it was a postgraduate diploma in geological remote sensing and geoinformatics. After our first year, Dr. SMR has took the initiative to convert the certification course into the MTech. So that's how we got into MTech degree. Because of Dr. SMR's professional and personal network among the academia and industry, the day I finished my Viva for MTech, the next day morning I was joined in IIT Madras. So that was the help which institution has given me. From there, I never looked back. After that, I moved on to Fugro, from Fugro to ISRI. In ISRI, almost I worked for 10 years. After not in India, it's in the Middle East. Then I decided to come back to India. That's when I looked upon Indian market and then saw the opportunities in the smart cities. Now I work as a program manager for software development in one of the company called Quantilam, which happens to be the technology partners for the smart cities in India. Currently, we hold the technology partnership with almost 40 to 45 smart cities in India alone. Globally, we had done almost more than 100 smart cities now. Quite recently, yesterday we won the Port Blair with the book value of $8 million.
Yes, sir. Very happy to hear.
Yeah.
In these smart cities, how we can our
Yeah. See,
geoinformation
this
technology can
correct,
support.
sir. Correct. See, the location intelligence or the GIS or the the data is the core component of smart cities.
Oh.
So without location intelligence, there is nothing called smart city. So whatever we do, we look for like where is it, what is it, why is it, right? This is what we learned in GIS. Why, what, where. Correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
So these concepts are very much important in smart city also, because your IoT devices and IT devices are the sensors are placed in different locations. Those location information is very important, and how the sensors are interacting with the backend platforms, that's a IT. But location information is very important. Like you see, you take an example of smart waste management, wherein you want to monitor the vehicles where they are going, house to house collection or the smart bin collection, or you want to optimize the route. If you want to optimize the routes, you want to have the GIS map or the city infrastructure, the city base map in your hand, so that you can optimize and you can save on the fuel, you can save on the carbon emissions, wherein you are helping the people to have a better
Yes.
life in terms of environment. You're not contaminating the environment. So this is all interlinked. You have to have a location intelligence information to successfully implement the smart cities.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It will be very much useful to our students.
Yes, of
For
course,
that
sir.
only I'm
And
asking.
and one more thing, the smart city commission, the smart city commission in India is not going to limit with the 100 cities. It is going to be expanded. So this is an very exciting area to jump into the as soon as you complete your studies.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for
Thank you.
initiating this. I was looking for this for quite some time. I was
Oh.
asking my classmate Muthu.
Oh.
You must be
Muthu Kumar.
knowing.
Yeah,
In
yes,
fact,
yes.
we met last year, just before the lockdown. We met in Gandhigram. You, me, and Palanivel sir. You all
Yes.
came for that conference.
Yes,
2
yes,
days
yeah.
intro
Where we met.
conference. Yeah. We met there, I believe. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, okay.
So
Thank you.
now that I decided to come back to India and stay back in India, so I'm happy to happily staying in my hometown, Tirupati, and I'm just hoping for Tirupati Smart City to start. I'll be giving something to my city.
Okay, very good, sir. Happy to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. And
Thank
one more thing, just one more point I want to add. I was fortunate to work with one of our seniors when I was in Middle East. He was my customer. His name is Venkatesh Kumar. He is also from Trichy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He was working with one government organization, and he was a client of ESRI. So I used to happen to meet him every week, or even he used to come. We used to go to his house, and he used to come to our house. So it was nice. I never, felt that I was away from the Center for Remote Sensing. One way or the other way, we used to interact.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And nice to see. Venkatesh used to work for Bahrain municipality, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I will say.
And Mr. Bharat also used to work for Bahrain municipality.
Oh, okay. Bahrain municipality.
Yeah. So Bharat used to work with Bahrain municipality, and he was along with Venkatesh for I think 4 years. I
haven't met Dr. Bharat, but yes, Mr. Venkatesh, yes, I quite oftenly meet him. Yeah. Even now, he is in contact, though he is in Australia.
He's in Australia, right?
Yeah.
Previous or Mohammed Ibrahim. Mohammed Ibrahim is currently in Bahrain Hydrographic Organization.
Oh, okay, yeah. That is under the Bahrain military actually. So they do the hydrographic service.
Yeah. He is heading one of the division.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So my clients was mostly on the the government or the island gas, like Babco and Tatweer, all these companies. Hi Shiva. Yeah, I'm very happy to see my classmates and my seniors like
Oh.
Dr. Palmurugan. Then then scholars like Dr. Saranvel, Dr.
Yes.
Palmurugan sir, and Mr. My senior now. I think he's also a professor now. Dr. Muttamil
Yes,
Selvan.
yes. He is
Yeah, so I'm really
professor
happy,
here.
really happy to see all of you.
Okay.
And hope
Thank you.
I will come down one day to Trichy and meet all of you in person as soon as this.
I'm providing some good lecture on smart cities.
Sure, sir. Sure, definitely. I'll be happy to give that on smart cities.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Kuryanam sir here, sir can speak now. Kuryanam sir.
Actually, Gunianam sir is on the way to somewhere outside.
Oh,
so sir cannot talk now. So we can go to the
Nitin
next
Mathur.
senior person. Thank you.
Nitin Mathur. Nitin Mathur. And Shivakumar here. Shivakumar.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Siva here. Actually, I'm from the same batch of Mr. Purushottam Raju and Nitin Mathur. And I do really appreciate the great efforts by our Dr. Palanivel sir and Dr. Saranavel sir. Okay, it's been great. Yes, good to see you all over here. And about myself, I'm from like a 2002 batch. I did a MTech in remote sensing and geoinformatics. And I had also worked with AMD for like 6 years after doing the MTech. Then I moved into a software development. In Chennai, I worked with multiple corporate companies. Then in 2015, I migrated to Australia. So now I'm living here in Melbourne. And and I've been working in like a high-stake applications into like a software development, and I encourage our students to do some masters here in either in Australia or Canada or UK to go furthermore. So and I also ask our students to learn some new skills like with the programming skills like Python, C#, and also like a database along with our course. So that is going to helpful to them in near future. So it's all about that, sir.
Thank you, Sivakumar.
Over to you, sir.
Nice to hear from you, and a nice hearing from Purushottam Raju and all.
Thank you, sir.
Now I thank one and all. Let us wait for a few minutes. I think it is nearing 4:30. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor is about to join with us, and all other distinguished alumni is also going to join with us. So please let us wait for that moment, and we will have the same discussion, one-to-one discussion after the meeting. I think after 6:30, I think we may have again one round of discussion like this in an interesting way. So shall we do? Dr. Pravesh and all others. I want
Yes,
to
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let us wait. Sir, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bharatdasan University to this online meet. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Famita and Malavika. Are you ready?
Sir, can we start the session, sir?
Please, let us start. So let me ask our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Yesterday was a dream. Tomorrow is a vision. But a day well lived makes every yesterday a dream of happiness and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Carrying the same vision, we, the Department of Remote Sensing family, have successfully completed 27 glorious and tremendous years of its existence.
Good evening, everyone.
Myself, Amita Afran.
And myself, Malavika. Of third year from this privileged department, have an immense pleasure to address you all in this auspicious alumni meet.
Thiruvalluvar said, இருள் சேர் இரவினையும் சேரா இறைவன் பொருள் சேர் புகழ் புரிந்தார் மாட்டு.
It says, the twofold deeds that spring from darkness shall not adhere to those who delight in the true praise of God. With this spirit, we'll have a solemn video song.
Excuse me, Malavika. Your voice is very low. We could not hear properly.
Is it audible, sir?
Malaika's voice is very, very feeble.
Yeah. Can you little increase?
Not yet.
Just a second, sir.
Not yet. You have to be little louder, please.
Just a second, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. Am I audible now, sir?
Yes. To somehow. Okay. Proceed.
The meaning of this the twofold deeds that spring from darkness shall not adhere to those who delight in the true praise of God. With this spirit, we'll have a solemn video song.
உலகம் செய்வோம், திட்ட போரிடும் உலகத்தை வேரோடு சாய்ப்போம். புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம், திட்ட போரிடும் உலகத்தை வேரோடு சாய்ப்போம். எல்லோரும் கல்வி கற்று கவிஞானத்தால் நண்பார், எல்லோரும் கல்வி கற்று கவிஞானத்தால் நண்பார். உன்னத இமயமலை போல் ஓங்கிடும் கீர்த்தி செய்வதற்கும், உன்னத இமயமலை போல் ஓங்கிடும் கீர்த்தி செய்வதற்கும் புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம். மண்ணிடை தமிழை சேர்த்து பாரிமை மயக்குதற்கும், மண்ணிடை தமிழை சேர்த்து பாரிமை மயக்குதற்கும், கண்கடல் நிகழ்த்த அன்பாய் தரணியை ஏற்றுதற்கும், கண்கடல் நிகழ்த்த அன்பால் தரணியை ஏற்றுதற்கும் புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம். தமிழ் வாழ்ந்தால் தமிழர் வாழ்வாரென காக்கும் சரிநிகர் புரட்சியில் மலர்வதற்கும், தமிழ் வாழ்ந்தால் தமிழர் வாழ்வாரென காக்கும் சரிநிகர் புரட்சியில் மலர்வதற்கும் புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம். கெட்ட போரிடும் உலகத்தை வேரோடு சாய்ப்போம், புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம், புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம், புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம், புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம், புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம்.
We lost. How proud. We are very obliged to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Selvam amidst us, to cherish us throughout the session. Light fade away darkness. Light symbolize knowledge and wisdom. To solemnize this special event, I would like to entreat our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Selvam sir, to illuminate this virtual lamp lighting session. Sir, we request you to come forth to e-light a virtual Kuttuvilakku. Welcome, sir.
So let me take the privilege of lighting e-Kuttuvilakku on behalf of Vice Chancellor, sir.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for being present in this auspicious function for e-lightning session. We are enlightened.
Now, we have our noble and respected head of the department, Dr.K.Palanivel sir, who is also chairperson of the School of Earth Sciences, member of Senate of Bharathasan University, and also the local coordinator of EduSat online e-learning programs of ISRO IARS. Now, we'll have the most distinguished, well-versed personality and excellent orator to address the audience with a welcome address. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Respected and Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished alumni members of Remote Sensing Bharathasan University, faculty members, staff, research scholars, students, their parents, and media and news persons. A very pleasant good evening, everyone. With great honor and pleasure, I welcome all to this auspicious occasion of our Department of Remote Sensing, that is Remote Sensing BDU Alumni Meet 2021. On behalf of the Department of Remote Sensing, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who has inaugurated. On behalf, I did that. Thank you. And I am presiding this function. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Selvam sir, is a great role model and a well-known professor throughout this country and played a key role to get this prestigious NAC accreditation A+ in the third cycle. And we are very fortunate to you, sir, and very kind enough by your august presence to this function, a countrywide well-known dignitary of our university. I am very proud in welcoming you, sir, to this function, and I thank you for your kind consent to inaugurate, preside, and deliver presidential address in this function amongst your very busy schedule. Next, I welcome an internationally well-known Indian geological remote sensing scientist and the most respected fatherly professor, Dr. S.M. Ramasamy, sir, having more than 45 years of dedicated service, in which more than 25 years as ever-loving professor, excellent orator, our role model, father, professor, great mentor, and led and founded the Center for Remote Sensing, a highly positive brain attracted by the then President, space scientist, and atomic man, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and Dr. Sivadanu Pillai, and Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, and so many other giants of our country and the world. I am very much delighted to welcome you, sir, to this function. A wholehearted welcome to the most respected and beloved professor by the students of this Department of Remote Sensing, Professor Dr. C.J. Kumanan, who always readily supporting all, excelled in implementing the visions and missions of our founder professor in various capacities in our department, and also took part in developmental activities of our university, ex-emeritus professor of UGC, and presently as a technical advisor, Project Digital Bhumgar. I sincerely welcome. I extend a very warm welcome to all the prestigious alumni to this function. More than 300 alumni were contacted, and more than 55 are present today online, and all others are also yet to join now. We are energized by your kind support and shown keen interest to successfully plan and organize this function, and you are nicely remembering the alma mater, the Department of Remote Sensing, Bharat University. So on behalf of everyone from our university and on behalf of our Department of Remote Sensing, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all the Remote Sensing BDU alumni members. I welcome my dear faculty colleagues, Dr. A. Balakarasu, Dr. C. Lakshmanan, Dr. D. Ramesh, Dr. J. Saravanavel, Dr. A. Muttamil Chelvan, and professors from other departments to this alumni meet. And I welcome the guest faculties, project staff, non-teaching staff, research scholars, my dear students, parents, and friends for this August function. I extend a hearty welcome to the news and media friends and the journalist friends to this function. For your kind information, we have started a WhatsApp group for Remote Sensing BDU alumni, in which nearly 200 members have joined so far, and all are actively participating and sharing the opportunities and thoughts each other vibrantly. And many more hundreds of members are also to join. They are on the way. Still, the remaining alumni are shared with their own colleagues, and the numbers may keep rising. That is what is expected. Through email, more than 350 alumni are contacted, and some are connected. So the aim of this Remote Sensing BDU Alumni Meet 2021 is to gather and unite the alumni through online platform effectively. Think, discuss, and take a lead modalities of giving back to our alma mater, that is mother of all remote sensing BDU alumni, that is the Department of Remote Sensing Bharatidasan University, which includes volunteering to deliver special lectures to students in the events, as we practice it regularly in our department, and write and share our alma mater experiences through media, email, WhatsApp, and etc. And organize geospatial industry-oriented training programs, conferences, workshops, expo to the current students, promote university geospatial industry tie-ups through signing MOUs, memorandum of understandings, engage current students in possible internships through geospatial industry, keep in touch with our alma mater, Department of Remote Sensing, fill out alumni surveys whenever Bharatidasan University Department of Remote Sensing is conducting, and etc. And our university has the tradition of meeting its alumni through the Alumni Association frequently every year, and provides opportunity to meet every alumni, and this time through online. I thank the Bharatidasan University for giving this excellent opportunity to our alumni, and I thank all the alumni for taking efforts in actively participating in this event. I assure that at the end of this meeting, every one of us will carry our sweet memories and experiences along with your family and friends, that can be shared along with your family and friends. At this great moment, I like to mention that our alumni has made a contribution to tribute our founder, Professor. Every year at the convocation, our student topper is awarded with the gold medal in the name of our founder, Professor Dr. S.M. Ramasamy. During 2019, our alumni has donated 40-inch LCD TV to our department, which is kept in front in the corridor, and a total fund of more than 30,000 rupees raised and submitted to our University Alumni Association. And in this meet, again, we expect many more things to happen. Thanks to the Bharatidasan University higher authorities and our Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving us this opportunity to meet. And I once again express my hearty and very pleasant welcome to each and everyone to this online Remote Sensing Alumni Meet 2021 meet. Last but not least, I would like to participate. I would like everyone. I like to inform everyone to participate and make this event a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm reception and hospitality, and welcoming heartily every special person present with us today. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor has held several coveted positions like Syndicate Member, Senate Member, Chairman of School of Business Studies, Head of Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, and Coordinator of Center for Entrepreneurship and Skill Development in Bharatidasan University, and also University Coordinator in Niti Aayog. Sir has also won tons of honors and awards like Eminent Citizen India Award 2008, Rashtriya Vidya Saraswati Purashkar 2008, Jewel of India Award 2009, Best Professor.
Hello. Sorry to interfere. There is another Selvam with the same initial in the same university. Don't take that and read that. So it is enough. I will introduce myself. You proceed with the rest of the
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I take the honor to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor to shower us with presidential address.
Okay. Fine. Good evening, all of you. This is Professor
Good evening,
Selvam.
sir.
I'm
evening,
happy
sir.
to be. I'm happy to be part of this great function, the alumni function, Alumni Meet 2021 by the Department of Remote Sensing, Bharatidasan University. This is a great university And this department, established by Professor, very fondly known all over the world as Professor SMR, Dr. SM, Professor Ramaswamy, and he is a team of colleagues. Presently, Dr.K.Palanivel, the professor and head of the department, and all his senior and younger colleagues in the department, and dear students who are hosting this event, and the proud alumni of this department and hence this university. I'm happy I'm here as Vice Chancellor of the university to deliver, to inaugurate and deliver presidential address. This great event must have been planned for quite a long time and getting neatly staged virtually right now. I am happy to see very distinguished persons who are alumni of this university and who would be addressing the gathering, especially Professor S. Anbarahan, Professor and Director, Center for Geoinformatics and Planetary Studies, Periyar University, Dr. Rajadurai, Director, Technical Business Development, Bentley Systems, Dr. Pravesh Kumar, Director, Geospatial Business Intergraph, SG&I, India Private Limited, Gurugram, Dr. B. Thirukumaran, Associate Professor, Department of Geology, Government Arts College, Salem, Dr. P. Mohana, Scientist, Center for Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics, Satyabama University, Chennai, Dr. N. Salguna, Head Research and Training, Avakasa Geoscience Research Technology, Bangalore, and all the great alumni who are participating in this event. It is really a proud day. Baridasan University has a statement like this: my BDU, my pride. The pride, the word, the pride, P-R-I-D-E, actually is an acronym, again starting with the word pride itself. So pride stands as, or expands as, pride resonates in delivered excellence. Pride resonates in delivered excellence. If you take the first letters of the 5 words, it makes pride. So this department is known for its proud contributions to the science and technology of remote sensing, geospatial research, the remote sensing, and many more high-tech kind of research works with a whole lot of rich equipment, rich faculty members, and several programs of study at PG, integrated PG, and research levels. The alumni of this department are spread over the entire world. I am proud of their contribution. Universities, departments caliber is easily seen today by the spread of the alumni. If the alumni of any institution, if they hold great position all over the world, that is the hallmark of the greatness of the department, the greatness of the programs offered by the department, the caliber of those students, students who could reach greater heights, and thereby many institutions, either educational or research or extension or of that sort, which have taken them into their fold to man those institutions, to human resource those institutions. So this department of this university had been the source of human resource for several education institutions, several industrial concerns, and that is the proud moment, and that is where the excellence of this institution is seen. And a word about Professor SMR, I have to tell, such a great professor of international repute, who is hard-pressed for his time, for his counsel, for the great mind, his great heart, and his great brain, to share with the intellect of this country, committed to research on remote sensing. He has scores of research projects funded by government, industry, intergovernment, international bodies, and that is how a professor should be, a model professor should be. And we are happy that Professor has been with us even after his superannuation to direct the research works of the department, securing tremendous amount of, copious amount of funds from different institutions. So such kind of professors really take the university to greater heights. I wish and pray that every faculty member of this great university every faculty member of this university should become a professor of eminence like Professor SMR, so that this university's glory is further spread across all over. Coming to the alumni of this department, alumni are the ambassador of any institution. The institution from which the students go out and become entrepreneurs, employees, directors, managers, vice presidents, presidents, and all that, they speak volumes about that institution. So this 27-year-old department must have really produced close to 3,000 plus, if not more, alumni. And those alumni really must be holding a great position. They must be in their 50s maximum age, because 27-year-old department. Therefore, 23 plus 27 in the range of 50. That means they have pretty long years, more years to flourish in their career and reach still further great heights. So I wish all these alumni to reach further heights in their profession and down the world of industry, education, and all that. The alumni are precious resources for the institution, the university. It is very good of the alumni to come in good number and organize programs like this. During this pandemic period, they have thought of their alma mater and have decided to have a get together, have a great function, come together, share their ideas, and as they share their ideas, they may have certain programs also to help the department, help the university in taking up certain other ventures as well, like ensuring placement services for the young ones, young would-be alumni. So right now, students in the department to have their project works done, to have their internship program done, and later providing them opportunities to get into employment. So that great role they have to play. I am sure that the present alumni would definitely take the future alumni and give them great jobs later. So that is the greatness of any institution, and I am fully confident the alumni would play a great role in this regard. Alumni have also a great role. We have to think of alumni of great institutions. Bharadasan University came into being in 1982, so 18 plus 21, therefore close to 40 years, 39 years or 40 years. So it is a pretty young university. Whereas when you think of universities like Annamala University or University of Madras, those alumni used to be in very great position all over the world, and they, even at the age of 80 plus, 70 plus, and all that, I have seen the tremendous amount of love and affection they have for their alma mater. Recently, about a month ago, Annamalai University took a function to honor its distinguished alumni, and in that function, online function like this, scores of alumni from every corner of the world. So that is from New Zealand from New Zealand diagonally towards, if I stretch it, maybe it may go to Alaska of US. And if you take from the northeast corner of this continent, maybe certain part of Russia would come, and it may reach somewhere to the tip of South America. So from every part of the world, the alumni were present in the function, and in US there are several chapters they have. Similarly in Canada, like that, many chapters, in UK many chapters. It was amazing kind of thing. So I am very sure that in some 30 years time, 40 years time, or 50 years time, this great Bharadasan University with the motto song Pudiyador Ulaga Seivom, definitely the alumni will be all over the world, and the university's name and fame would have lifted them to greater heights, and in turn they will be lifting this university to greater heights. So that's a kind of long-term bonding, affinity, togetherness the institution and the alumni should have, and definitely they would cherish such kind of relationship to happen, taking lessons from greater institutions in the country, including Annamala University, which I have been referring to, because I had been associated with that university as its alumnus, of course. That is one of the reasons. But I have got the recent, the stock of the activities of alumni they have been doing there, including renovating this university. It's a huge university, very old buildings requiring a lot of renovation kind of thing. And in addition to renovating many things, they have also embarked on putting up a huge integrated high-tech research lab, sophisticated research lab, maybe at a cost of something like 5 crores plus rupees. So one day, the alumni of our university, Great Bharadas University, would also venture into such kind of activities, which will speak of their glory, their greatness for all the years, decades, and centuries to come. So that kind of relationship is expected, and it is happening everywhere. And definitely, I'm sure that the alumni of this great department would play a great role in organizing such kind of events. So such kind of expectations normally happen, and my expectation definitely, I'm sure, with God will, would get realized. So this event, remote sensing BDU Alumni Meet 2021, is well taken, and it would take this university's existence well known right now among all the places where the alumni are having their job or placement or I mean their location. So that way, and one more this thing, when the alumni are involved in meeting of this sort, I'm sure their parents, their children, and even extended children, that is grandchildren, should also be part of event like this, so that it should be, I mean, an online meet, no, it is a great invention. Without spending any money, we can have great things happen, coming together, staying together, and without polluting the environment. You must be concerned about the environment as well. So this is one of the finest ways of having programs like that in the most beneficial way, most harmless way to the environment, to Mother Earth, which is having many threatening kind of things happening around her. So therefore, this alumni meet, online alumni meet, is really a great meet. It should, I think, this can become the order of all alumni meet in the future as well, because distance would not be a barrier in coming together. That way, this the pandemic has given us as a last resort for us. It could be even the first resort in the years to come, because this way we can bring a lot many faces into the congregation. With these words, this department has many programs of research, advanced programs of research projects on hand. So they have beautiful, I mean, very great educational resources as well, research resources as well, amply guided, directed by great professors. So I have no doubt that this department would become a model one with a lot of velocity, I mean, acceleration in its activities in the coming years. And I request the alumni to support the department in its activities in the years to come. And you need not wait for many years to come. Right now, we can also help, so that this will make the department glorious and moving from glory to greater glory. With these words of my appreciation, my prayers and wishes, I wish the function a great success. Great success. All the best. Do well. Fine.
Yes. By including the acronym of PRIDE, Sir have mentioned, pride resonates in delivered excellence. Department takes the pride to have such successful alumni, people here to celebrate. Remembering our Dr. S.M. Ramasamy sir, We recall and cherish His eminence and supremacy. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and energizing presidential address. As
I'm sorry, Famita, we could not hear you in between. I'm sorry, Famita, your mic is muted. Can you put on and can you do that? Your mic is muted again.
yes, sir.
Yes, please.
As Honorable Vice Chancellor mentioned, the success of any institution can be measured by the contribution the alumni reflect. It's time to cherish the valuable and distinguished alumni of our Department of Remote Sensing to shower their special address on geospatial technology, its applications, advancements, and opportunities.
First of all, we have Dr. S. Anbaragan, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. J. Jayalalitha University, who has completed his MSc in Applied Geology 1985 from National College, Trichy, and his doctorate in Geology 1995 from Padaladasan University, Tiruchirappalli. His area of specialization include remote sensing and GIS applications, planetary remote sensing, hyperspectral remote sensing, groundwater exploration and management, natural disaster mapping and management. Sir worked as professor in IIT Mumbai and IIT Madras. He is a professor, head and director of Center for Geoinformatics and Planetary Studies, Periyar University, Salem. He has been awarded with ISAC ISRO Appreciation Certificate 2012 for supply of lunar soil simulant. Best Teacher Award 2012 for Periyar University for academic contribution. Sir C.V. Raman Award 2010 for Scientific Research Innovation, Periyar University. Humboldt Research Fellowship 1996 to 98, Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany. CSIR Senior Research Fellowship. He possessed lots of honorary works like UGC Advisory Committee since 2013, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Coordinator, October 2010 to January 2012, Research and Development, PhD Registration and Evaluation, University Fellowships and Scholarship. Syndicate Member, 2009 to July 2011, and Convener and Member in Subcommittees, Senate Member since 2005 to till date, and lot more. He has initiated many fields of study and has also led many researchers. It gives us a huge delight to have a being like him to deliver us a special address. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Selvam, respected Professor SMR, the founder professor of Department of Remote Sensing, our guru in remote sensing studies, respected Professor C.J. Kumanan, Dr. Rajadurai, Dr. Parvis Kumar, Dr. Tirukumaran, Dr. Mohana, Dr. Salguna, faculty members of Department of Remote Sensing, the distinguished alumni from all over the world, research scholars, students, good evening to all. It's a great privilege for me to attend this the alma mater meeting and to have a interaction with all the alumni of Department of Remote Sensing. Always it is a great pride as one of the alumni in the Department of Remote Sensing. And also, I'm very proud to say that we are the very closely associated with the founder Professor SMR at the time when we started the department, I could recall the situation in the department. We have only one typewriter. At the time, there is no computer. So we have submitted the first proposal to the Department of Science and Technology. So Department of Science and Technology, everyone should know that at least 31 copies. Now it is reduced. 31 proposals, copies, 50 pages we have to submit. Any mistake in the typewriting, you have to repeat. We don't have memory to storage in the computer. So like that, we have started our research activities with the help of typewriter and repeatedly make corrections. We used to do research, sleep in the department, take bath in the department, like a Gurukul. In the ancient days, everything is in the department, everything in the Guru house. Like that, we have the Department of Remote Sensing, the Gurukul institution for us. We have started our career not only that do the research and also how to make an institution as the founder professor, how to help the founder professor, how to take the institution to the next level. We all learn that many things. After few months, we got one computer. At the time, that computer we used to say the memory 486. It's nothing but another typewriter, but you have to have a memory to store the page. You have words for program, you can type it, but it takes many hours to do the corrections, everything. So like that, the department has taken to next level. Almost 31 years. Initially, it was started as a Center for Remote Sensing. Now it become Department of Remote Sensing. So whatever the research activities we have started at the time, it's more innovative in the state of Tamil Nadu, not only Tamil Nadu, in the country. So our professors started doing this, so we can do the remote sensing, the chemistry and mineralogy of rock. The geologists in the Tamil Nadu, many geologists are laughing. Now it's the proven technology. The chemistry and mineralogy you can detect through remote sensing. So now it is almost all planetary exploration, planetary remote sensing studies. You can detect the chemistry, mineralogy through remote sensing only. You cannot do it everything on the moon or on the Mars. So many things, lot of development. So the idea that seedling is done our founder professor SMR. We have started the reflective spectral studies in 90s itself. So that technology now it's taken to next dimension, but the same technology. In India, no one is even imagine the reflective spectral studies could help to do the chemistry and mineralogy of remote body on the Earth surface or even in the planetary surface. So we have started in 90s itself, almost 30 years before. The same technology what I learned is taken me to do the analog studies of the moon, and we have done some simulant rock and supplied to the Chandrayaan-2 project for testing the lander and rover. So the seed I taken from the Department of Remote Sensing that helped me after 30 years. Still it's helping me what I learned, the techniques, the idea, and thought we have learned from the department, it's still helping us. So this alma mater, I'm not worried because everyone is expertise in the geospatial technology. So I'm not worrying or discussing about what is the development in spatial technology. What I emphasize here, the remote sensing technology, are the people involved in the remote sensing technology, they are grown in next level. That means we cannot do it in remote sensing alone. So in 90s itself, when we started the, ours is the first research in artificial research. Now everyone talking about, even in the policy, government policies, they are talking water harvesting. But in 90s itself, we thought how to do the water harvesting, what are the suitable locations for doing the artificial research. That it was implemented in Public Works Department, TWAD board. Then Anna University they started doing the research. Now it is universally they are talking about in each every government policy, the storing the water, to harvest the water, to avoid the drought areas. Similarly, groundwater modeling we have done in 90s itself. So professor has taken the groundwater modeling in 30 years before. The spectral studies, reflected spectral studies also taken in the 90s itself. Lot of projects I could say, the innovative projects. So all these things, the remote sensing just to study the landform and highlight the landform, and you can suggest for groundwater exploration. So that the identical remote sensing technique is now rolled out. So you have to do integrated studies. That means you have to do the studies in the lab, you have to do the studies in the remote sensing, you have to go to the field. Now, again, the technology, not only remote sensing, geospatial technology, all technology now is taken to the next level, that is interdisciplinary subject. That means if I am a geologist, it's not enough to do the remote sensing studies. I should learn the chemistry, physics, maths, everything. At least I should get a people, expertise people in the team to do the research on any geospatial approach. Similarly, now the remote sensing has taken the place on the not only a terrestrial surface, now offshore region play a very good role. Now it's the time it has to play a very good role in planetary remote sensing studies. Last 10 years, we are working on planetary remote sensing studies. We have done some analog spectral studies. We supplied the signal material, 50 tons of signal material for Chandrayaan-2 project for establishment of lab, lunar terrain testing lab for testing the lander and rover, not only for Chandrayaan-2, in forthcoming all Chandrayaan mission, they are going to test in the Finland lab. So now the time is just for doing some integrated studies, suggesting some groundwater location or suggesting some suitable location for the water harvesting, or what are the locations you can go for mineral exploration. That is there, but you have to think beyond that. So geologists, you have to go beyond the earth. You have to see the Mars. You have to look into the research on other planet exploration. So for example, we have done some work on Martian surface for using the Mongolian data analysis, other data products. Lot of innovative work is taken. But for that simple remote sensing idea, it's not enough. Whatever we observed on the Earth surface, it is there in there, but it's a different origin. It's a different dimension. So you should expand your knowledge and idea beyond our Earth. On Martian surface, there is a river here, but there is also a river. There was a river on the Martian surface, but the dimension is huge. If you think about Kaveri, there it is 10 times bigger than Kaveri. That much of the fluvial system was there in the Martian surface. But now there is no water. So why there is no water? We have to think. The climatic change is gradually changes. The distance between the sun and Martian surface changes. Lot of other, say the gravity also changes. So when you are thinking about geospatial technology, it's simply restrict to the software, the technique, and the remote sensing data is not enough. You have to learn many more things. You should be expertise in the instrumentation, because many planetary scientists or geologists not only expertise in remote sensing, they are expertise in instrumentation. You should expertise in the chemistry and material science. So this is the time we have to develop our knowledge in other disciplines, or pull out some expertise from other interdisciplinary, and we have to expand our knowledge. So this is what I want to share, but I'm very much happy to take part in this alma mater meeting, and many occasions I had occasion to meet Vice Chancellor Professor Selvam. It's a great pleasure, sir, to meet you again this in the evening meeting. And also, another thing, as he mentioned that all of you know that many university in the USA or foreign countries survival or flourish with the help of alma mater. So the alumni not only support the placement or your moral support, you have to support in other way also, whatever the support in any form. So that will be help for the department and also for the university. So now most of the university are in the financially it's in that condition. That's what I openly tell. So alumni is the backbone for the many university. Technically placement and or other funded generation also. So I appeal all the alumni to whatever you are going to contribute the department to that will be contribution to the nation and to the university. So that's what I take this opportunity to share my view. Once again, I thank Dr. Palanivel for giving me the opportunity to take part in this meeting. I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving me the opportunity to have interaction with all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sharing experiences about your life at the department. You have also let us know how lucky we are with the department so improved. Thank you for sharing your knowledge about the concurrent topics, sir. As you said, we rejoice the alumni who are the backbone of our department. Thank you, sir. Now, it is our privilege to have Honorable Shri Rajadurai, sir, who is a Technical Business Development Director, Bentley System. Sir has completed MTech in Geological Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics during 1995 to 97 at the Department of Remote Sensing, Bharat National University. Sir has been working with Bentley Systems since last 17 years, and he has managed several key project implementations in areas of mapping, water utility, municipal defense in the region. He has also been actively involved in the geospatial industry with varying projects. He has over 7 papers published in various international conferences in the areas of geospatial utilities. He has been working with large infrastructure companies on their digital transformation initiatives and smart infrastructure projects. I take the kudos to hear the words of such a dignitary person. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Rajadurai.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry for interfering.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
You could recognize me, I think. No?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Sorry, because I was busy with some other assignment in Chennai. I could not involve completely in this program. But I wish all the alumni people for taking a good involvement and giving your knowledge, disseminating your knowledge to all the younger generations. So I wish all the alumni people it's a good future. At the same time, the younger alumni should follow you people and get into the higher and higher levels. I wish all the people. I also thank our Vice Chancellor and our head of the department, Dr. Palanivel, for giving me this opportunity. Sorry to interfere in the middle, since I am held up with some other assignment, so I wanted to just say thanks to all the people. I wish it's a good success.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are blessed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. You have always been our inspiration, and you have been a great teacher for all of us. We can never forget that. Thank you so much for that, sir. Good evening to all, and then Honorable Vice Chancellor, thank you, sir, taking out time to be part of this alumni meeting. I was not expecting it to this scale, and I must appreciate Dr. Palanivel's effort in bringing you in this board. To be with us in this alumni meet. It was excellent to have you, and Honorable Professor, Founder Professor, Dr. S.M. Ramsamy. We always remember you, sir. Dr. Anbalagan, and also my fellow alumni who are speaking along with me, and all my senior alumni, junior alumni, and the current students. Good evening to all of you. I take this opportunity. I got a call a couple of days back from Dr. Palanivel that we have planned such a meeting. Would you like to have a short lecture for 10-15 minutes? And it took no time for me, to say yes. That was an instinct I had when I heard that there's an alumni function and we want to do this. Thank you for that this opportunity. And I'm taking this moment, being in a technology company. I would like to share my experience in the world of technology, how it is actually helping our society in the world we live. So I'm going to share. I have a few slides to run through. I'll share my screen, and please confirm me if you all can see my screen. Please. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Rajendra.
Okay. So I'm going to talk on this topic called digital twin for urban planning and engineering. I purposely put this planning and engineering together. I'll bring that context later in my talk. But what is important for all of us to know is basically the term digital twin, which I have always been excited about hearing that, and how it is going to play an important role in our life in the days to come. Now, having said the urban, as a word, we all know that cities are where the action is happening, and we know the growth of the population which is happening, which is at 4.5 billion now. It is expected to grow to 6.5 billion by 2050, and there is 1 million new devices per hour by 2020 by that time, and more than 60% of the citizens will have access to smart devices, which is going to create a lot of data. So there are zettabytes of data which is going to come in. So all this buzz around, which is happening in the city, it is founded to grow at a very faster pace, right? It is like it is today. Now, which parallelly bring us with the words like urbanization, decarbonization, digitalization, all this coming into game, and also the cities we live are with a lot of vulnerabilities, like climate-related forces, rising sea levels, drought, seismic activity, violent storms, and all that. Now, what this is also causing is the financial losses from catastrophic events, which is a kind of, the account shows 330 billion US dollars loss of assets in the cities through this catastrophic events. And less than half of these is being covered by the insurance. So think about the kind of loss we are making, and that brings us to talk about the so-called word called sustainability, because we have to leave something for the future generation. So the cities we live is also, kind of have to provide us housing, the infrastructure, and we need to grow with economy. It also has to provide us safety and also resilience from the natural disasters. So it has got definitely a lot of challenges. So the challenges which the cities have is it has to be built for growth with a sustainability in mind. We have to create a resilient infrastructure. and we have to have efficient operation and use of these resources, and communication and openness is the key for us to move forward. Now, taking that as a clue, because of this fact, the United Nations came up with the sustainability goals, which is one of the key aspect of that is basically talking about sustainable cities and communities, which is the root cause for the smart cities projects, which is coming up, has come up a couple of years back, and it's still happening, and it is going to grow in that region. Now, the United Nations Economic and Social Council report of the General Secretary also talked about smart infrastructure provides a foundation for all of the key themes related to the smart city. And that's where I'm more interested in talking about, and how we solve this problem of today's city life, or the resource crunch, through the word called smart infrastructure, and how we can evolve that and bring it up in the most efficient way. And for that, there has always been a buzz around a word called digital twins, which has come in place today, and which I personally believe it's going to play a huge role in the days to come. Now, what is this digital twin is all about? Is the digital representation of physical asset, process, or system, which is continuously getting surveyed and synchronized from multiple sources, which generates a lot of insights so that one can do predictability and performance optimization. And many of you may have a question now: what is the difference between a digital twin and a digital model? To put it very simply, digital model is a static one, whereas digital twin is a living model, which is continuously being updated with this latest updates and information. So it's a living model than a static model. That's the difference. Now, is this something new? I don't think it is new. When I actually look at some of the literatures around the digital twin, it was in work since 1970s. In 1970, April 1970, the Apollo 13 was in orbit and met with a technical snag. And of course, NASA used a digital twin model of the Apollo 13 on the ground for rescue mission. So it was fantastic. And that's inspiration where the technology took it and make it much more easily available for many people, among us. Now, the phrase of digital twin was first mentioned in 1998, and the familiarity started in 2002. And in 2017, Gartner report mentioned this as one of the top 10 technology trends. And in today's situation, the IoT has enabled the digital twin much more important in its usability in today's business world. And that's how it has been evolving. So I'm not talking something very new. It is very old, but it has just got the familiarity and usability high in these days. While talking much about the digital twin, what is it going to give us? I think I'm going to take clue from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who nicely mentioned that the virtual meeting, how nice it is in terms of reducing the expenses and also reducing the distance between all of us who is spread across the globe. And that's a power of digitalization, sir. I completely in resonance with your words. So the digital twin is going to have some remarkable impact on the way we do each and every project, especially the huge smart city projects or infrastructure projects which is happening around the globe. And McKinsey has done a study in 2020 which talks about the digital twin implementation can reduce the capital expenditure to the tune of 2.5 to 8.5% of the total project cost, and also the operational expenditure of any infrastructure asset to the tune of 40%. And that's very interesting. That's where each and every organization is looking at digital twin as a way forward. Now, what it contains basically, digital twin, that's the beauty of this basically. I said this is not a digital model, but it's more a live model which has got information in terms of your engineering. It could be the specifications, drawings, documents, models, analysis, geotext, and OEM specs, and all that. It also has all these different information from the assets, work orders, maintenance records, inspection records, and it also has got feeds from the operational level like IoT feeds, sensors, and drones. And the fundamental of all this, as Dr. Anbalagan put it, the context. The context is nothing but what I'm defining by context here is the geospatial background, which is in terms of the imagery, photographs, panoramas, meshes, point clouds, maps, etc. With all this in place, it is actually helping every organization to have an immersive visualization of any assets in the ground without even getting into the asset location or or even to that place. And it also helps you to look at from a simulation perspective, okay, from a timeline change, how it looks over a period of time. And also it allows you to do a lot of analytics. So one can do predictive maintenance, predictive analysis to make sure that asset is running forever, because we don't invest crores of money in an infrastructure asset for just be operational for a year or two, but it has to be operational for generations. And that's why maintenance becomes a critical part for all of us, and it's very expensive. Digital twin is one of the ways to minimize those expenses and keep it a sustainable one through these analytics like artificial intelligence and machine learning, which will give you a visibility of what is going to come. So that's the power of digital twin. Now, it has got all this information put together, bringing it all together and take it forward for historical data analytics and feature simulations. And I remember a few days back, I was watching a series on OTT platform, Navarasas. One of that component is called Agni. Maybe sometime if all students have time, just watch that. It talks about very interesting topic, and it can be highly critical, but it was sounding very interesting to me in the sense like it talks about something simulated in this earth long back, and we live by those simulations today. So simulation is something is going to live, and it is going to control us for the future too. So digital twin is going to be in the game of everything what we do, right from the planning, whether you do an engineering design, or you do analysis, or you build or construct an asset, or you put anything into the operation. Everywhere, digital twin is going to have a major game or play. So that's how it is gaining that importance. Now, can I make a digital twin at the city scale? Today, it is possible to have that level because it is making the information understandable, more easily understandable for people. It allows for a lot of collaboration and decision making. So you don't need to, work in silos and take a decision on silos based. And it also has got an excellent platform for communication and engagement with multiple stakeholders. That's the power. So how do we get started with this, creating this digital twin? The step one is basically, I'm sure by this time all of you are aware that we have drones flying and taking photographs that can be processed to create a 3D reality mesh, which is the actual true representation of the ground today. And in the step two, you federate that with engineering data and other information and IoT information into that and make it much more insightful or informative, and then use it for active simulations, object classifications, and prescriptive analytics, so that you can make informed decisions on time than delaying any critical decisions. So that's how we can actually quickly build a digital twin. Now, this is an example of how we put together different information together. This is an example of data coming from LiDAR, aerial LiDAR, and your LiDAR, building footprints, and then vector data point from aerial LiDAR scans, then UAV-based reality mesh data, and then your engineering architectural models, which is coming from the engineering platform. All put together, we can simply create that as a digital twin of the city scale and use it for our planning purposes and visualize them and see the impact of how it is going to be in the future and how it is impacting the surrounding and things like that. Now, is it difficult to have this digital twin in the game? Should we know a lot of software to understand this or use this? No, absolutely not. That's the beauty of a digital twin, because you just require a web browser. Anybody who uses the internet can easily get into this and interact with the digital twin, because it can work on a desktop computer with a web browser or an iPad or any tablets or even the mobile phones. And it's that lighter, and that's what the technology is today, and which is making it much more light and easily available over the browser. So there is no much deeper technical know-how is required to have this. Now let's look at how digital twin is transforming our cities with some use cases. It helps in urban transformation in terms of smart planning. It helps in stakeholder engagement, and also do resilience study with the simulations. Smart planning is key. That's a foundational of any smart city projects. I think Purushu has talked about smart city projects in the beginning when we were having a chat. And one of the key element of this stakeholder engagement. If you don't engage your stakeholders in the right time, in the right level, you probably end up doing a bad project. Resilience, of course, we need to be resilient to all catastrophic events which is coming in. And now I'm just going to talk about in the whole urban development process. You prepare the plan, you sketch and compare them, analyze and refine, and have a dialogue with multiple stakeholders, and then you finish, refine them, and publish that this is what going to come up, and then probably you republish and promote those ideas in the city as a new project. And that's a concise way of bringing the whole urban development process. Now this is an example of the city scale digital twin, and this is data which is the fundamental data behind this is the remote sensing data, which is the UAV based images has been processed to create this reality mesh 3D model. And on top of that, what we are doing is this sandboxes type 3D models for the planning purpose. So the proposed new model of our new development can be looked at like this with the surrounding from a very holistic way, how it is impacting the environment and the surrounding, and see how it can promote that, or if we can go ahead with the project or not. Such decisions can be brought in very nicely. There's an example from the city of Helsinki. And the other beauty of this digital twin is it is allow you to have interactions from the stakeholders as well as the public about the project. So once you plan the project and you put it in the digital twin in the browser, people can visualize that in the browser interactively, because they know their location much better than anybody else who's remotely doing the planning, and they can put in their comments saying that whether that project is going to be solving their actual problem or not. One of the fundamental theme of smart city projects is basically to solve actual problem of the public. So that way, the crowd idea sourcing is one of the key element, and the digital twin is one of the way you can achieve that. What I'm now talking about, what you're seeing in the screen is one of the fantastic example of merging the geospatial world and the engineering world. And here, as an example, we have an underground tunnel engineering 3D model, or you call it as BIM model, building information model, which has been brought and interacted with the digital twin and integrated with the digital twin. And with the visualization capabilities, you will understand how this project is going to impact my city, and how it is underlying and in the overlapping with the other utilities and other infrastructures, so that you could be able to take decisions well in time and avoid a lot of reworks or reconstructions and things like that. And you can also do any infrastructure projects like linear projects like roads and rails and everything, and bring it to the platform of the digital twin in the city scale and visualize them and see how it looks and how it is impacting our surrounding. Now, I would like to present a case, for instance. Now, when I talk about the digital twin and the smart infrastructure, we do have infrastructure today, but all of these infrastructure is working today, well done, and we still to do a lot of things. But the problem we see is all of them are working as individual systems or working in silos. Now, what happened when it works in silos? There is an incident case here. we all know there's a pipe break. This is a water main pipe break, which actually can flood to the city level. So the city floods. So we all can understand, okay, there's a city which is getting flooded, but there are numerous questions coming in from there then. Do we have enough stormwater drain to drain this out? Then, okay, we may have stormwater drain in place, but do we know it has got enough capacity to do that? Do we have this answer quickly? Because this is a very quick incident and which needs evacuations and remedies very quickly. But all this intelligent information that like do we have enough capacity in the stormwater drain? And then even if you have the capacity, do we have enough pumping system in place? And does it have enough capacity to pump this and drain this water out? And when you have a pumping system, do you have enough energy system to support this pumping to evacuation? All these questions getting unanswerable when you look at any of these systems working in silos. So what is the way out? We are thinking about a connected infrastructure. So if you connect all these different infrastructures together, and that's where you get an answer of each of those other components very quickly, so that the decision can be made very quickly for evacuation and remedies. And that way we become much more resilient in the city or the towns we live. Now, how do we achieve about it? If we know this all being different infrastructure, different departments, I think Dr. Anbalan talked about the integrated studies. It's not about only geospatial, you have to bring it all together. So there are multiple discipline and each are playing a very key role. All we need to do is each of them are creating a data, and these data are unique to those platforms, and that data need to be brought to a single place. Aggregation of these data, federate this data from different disciplines is a multidisciplinary effort. Bring this together, and also you have IoT informations which is coming from different devices like sensors and other things and databases, which forms a huge database. And SCADA system is one of the examples. We put all this together in a single platform, maybe called as a hub. And from that hub, it has got so much of information rich. So you can build a lot of applications. That is what we are more familiar with, the mobile apps like things, and use those apps to create logical decisions or predictive analysis or water-based analysis and all that, and present everything in the form of a digital twin. And so that easily people can understand and grab that and make their move much faster than it is before. Now, I have few examples like how this has been used in the planning stage. Here is an example of how you can use the digital twin of the city scale to bring up a new plan like this. The same example what I showed. This is an example of how the same thing is happening in the planning stage. And then once the plan is done, you have to do the engineering. In this example, we are trying to build a road. And it has to be not just drawing a line of a road, but it has to be an engineered road for the vehicle to pass through. So it has got a lot of engineering calculations. And before you even can construct that, you have to visualize how that project is going to be. And that's the power at which digital twin can provide anybody. Not just that, during the construction of any infrastructure, it allows you to monitor the construction and see the progress, how it is impacting the surrounding and how it is progressing against time, against the cost of those projects and things like that. Now, finally, the operation. This is a very classic example. I take pride in saying that this is there's a tower called Fraser Tower in Singapore, where we want to integrate the IoT sensors, which is actually taking electricity meters reading. And we want that put into the digital twin of the city, which is fundamentally a 3D GIS, you can say, and make it as a digital twin. And clicking any portion of the building, it picks up the IoT device information, which is about the consumption of energy from that portion of the building and shows it up. And how nicely it is helping the authority to understand how the consumption is happening in order to reduce a carbon footprint, right? And if you make efficiency in the use of your resources as well as the assets. And the other example I have is basically how well we are resilient to flooding. So we have a lot of flood modeling can be done. We can take this, but the digital twin allows you to take that flood modeling result and simulate it in a way what you're seeing now in the screen, and anybody can make very quickly an assessment of how it is going to impact in my city, how the inundation is going to be, how deep the water is going to be, than a book of records in the paper. It's all about a visual treat for anybody to take informed decision, and which is going to be much more highly accurate than taking decisions from a piece of paper or reports. And that's the power at which digital twin can help with anybody who's wanting to use that. With that, I would say that digital twin is basically can be used for planning and visualization, allows you to do the stakeholder engagement and do infrastructure resilience, and also support all the smart city initiatives with the digital city operations, because it connects to the IoT devices and sensors, and create and visualize the whole digital twin at a city scale and take informed decisions. So now, what is the digital twin in action in terms of cities? Some of these cities across the globe has taken advantage of this technology, like Singapore, Dublin, and Helsinki. These are the cities which is where digital twin is really in action at the city's scale. They do all their planning and operations using this digital twin as a platform. With that, I conclude by saying that a smart city digital twin represents a necessary platform towards integrating, visualizing, and operationalizing many complex data streams to transform our cities. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. By this, we are ready to take it as a motto to overcome city challenges for a sustainable living. We were also inspired by the lines you presented. Smart infrastructure provides the foundation for all the key themes related to a smart city. Sir, we also adore your valuable lecture on digital twin, its operations, how it has transformed cities, and the tremendous connect between we people and the digital twin. It was highly informative, sir. Thank you.
Now, we take the opportunity to have Sri Pravish Kumar, a splendid person who has completed MTech in Geological Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics during 1995 to 97 at Department of Remote Sensing, BDU. He has a 20+ years of experience in GIS industries and carried out a number of projects in national and international level. He has worked with various major GIS companies like Esri, Leica, Infotech, etc. in high positions. He is currently a business management consultant and advisor with multiple geospatial firms in India and overseas, and also director of South Asia at Hexagon Geospatial, head of the National Geospatial Solution Sales India at Tata Consultancy Services, project scientist at ISRO deputed to KSR SAC. He also takes the certifications of being in leadership workshop from Franklin Covey, certified in large program management from TCS, ESRI certification on ARC SDE administrator for Oracle, and many. He has also published 5 national and international papers on various topics like zoning atlas for industries, forest right regimes, critiques on the methodology adopted by Forest Survey of India, etc. I request you to convey your precious words, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Malvika. I have a small presentation to share, and it's nothing but just the basics of GIS and how GIS workflow happens, as well as the enterprise GIS, which also Rajdurai spoke about. So can I share that?
Please, Dr. Prish.
just let me know if you are able to see my screen.
Yeah, we are waiting. Not yet. Yes, it started appearing.
சொல்லுங்க.
I think you need to. Oh yeah, let's come.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, proceed, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank each and everyone here, the Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Selvam, for his esteemed presence. Dr. S. Anbargan, who is also my senior alumni, my junior alumni, Mr. Rajdura, my senior alumni, and my junior alumni is here. So today we are all here on behalf of the MTech Alumni Association, and I would like to welcome each and everyone on behalf of the Center for Remote Sensing. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the effort of the center and the university to have upgraded our center to a full-fledged department. I think many of our alumni were unaware of the fact that the center was still a center and not a full-fledged department of remote sensing. So I really appreciate the university and the Professor Pani in order to get this initiative up and running. Secondly, I would like to appreciate Professor and the lecturers of this department to have reinitiated this alumni. And I would like to recollect the name of MARS, which was earlier registered once. And I would like Professor Pani to take a look at it once he gets some time. Today, in the advent of mobile technologies and the connected world, it is easier for all of us to stay updated with the latest technologies and the upcoming in the technology. But somehow, due to lack of time and due to our own personal pressures, due to our professional job, due to reasons beyond our control, we might not be able to be in touch with the updates in the latest current technologies. And hence, this WhatsApp platform, which Professor Pani has initiated, is a wonderful medium to be connected and also to collaborate with each other and to benefit each other here. So thank you, Dr. Palanivel, in order for bringing this initiative up. I would like to again ask you: are you able to see my screen? Hello?
Yes, Pravesh, absolutely.
Yeah. I have a primitive system in front of me, and hence when I switch over to presentations, I lose myself. Okay. So the presentation which I have gives you a background of how geospatial workflow is done on a daily basis by any company, by by everybody here. So like every technology, remote sensing technologies have also taken a lot of shapes. Now, as people evolve, as technologies evolve, remote sensing technologies have also evolved, and the sensors that currently that we use for remote sensing has also evolved. And hence the remote sensing sensor slowly evolved from an optical system to an scanning system, from a scanning system to an infrared scanner, and so on. So like today, if you actually go back and see when we used to study remote sensing in the Center for Remote Sensing, we only used to have satellite sensors, satellite remote sensing sensors.
Pravesh,
That,
Sorry to
Hello?
interrupt. Are you sharing the screen? I see your screen blank.
Yeah, it's already shared. Oh, hold on.
It came in between, but again it has stopped sharing.
Let me stop and share it again. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, so remote sensing is all about, as I said, so it's all about sensors. So we used to know only about the remote sensing sensors which were attached to the satellites and which were scanning the complete face of Earth. And now today, we also have sensors in our hand. And we all know due to this pandemic that this IR, this infrared scanner, which we carry it in our hand in order to, check the temperature of the body. So sensors, remote sensing sensors have now taken a lot of step ahead. So it has evolved from what we have seen earlier to what it is currently today. So if I have to, break this remote sensing sensors into multiple, multiple divisions, in my perspective, to divide this remote sensing technological era is into three forms. One is academia, the second one is the governmental, and the third one is corporate. Now, it all starts off with academia, with research and development activities in the initial days. I could recollect the company which I joined earlier on in the initial times, which is ESRI. ESRI also started its business with research and development, and they slowly moved into acquiring projects from government, and then slowly moved into commercial productizing. And that's how every technology evolves. So starting from
Sorry for the interruption, please. Again, I think your screen goes on sleep mode, I think. It stopped sharing.
Okay. Oh, that's exactly, Palani, which I was talking to you yesterday, that I have a primitive computer which goes into sleep.
No problem.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I think it's up and running, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 So, so when I divide this into three, so academia is the front end of all evolution. So without academia, I think the technology doesn't evolve. And here, in the initial phases, if you actually look at remote sensing, was the technology which was used for geological purposes. I would like to take the same example as Dr. Anbergen took about the rivers. Now, if I have to understand the flow of a river pattern, if I have to look at the river morphometry, in particular, if we just take the river Kaveri, for instance, river Kaveri flows from the state of Karnataka into Tamil Nadu, and it takes a sharp right turn when it enters into Tamil Nadu. Do we know why? Now, that's the geology behind it. So if we go back and interpret the satellite images, we immediately come to know that there is a dike or there is a strike line which helps river Kaveri to take a sharp right turn when it enters into Tamil Nadu. So that's the geological inference or the interpretation from the satellite images that we see. So, so that's just an example. So similarly, there are huge examples of how remote sensing has helped identifying geologic features. Currently, Dr. S.M. Ramasamy has also, our honorable professor, is also doing a project on the Pumbuhar, which is a city which is lost under
the sea currents, which is lost under the sea. So now, how do we do this research? Now, only based upon remote sensing data, that we collect all this data and then find or follow the the tracks of its existence, and that's how we do the interpretation of remote sensing.
Sorry for the interruption. Previous sir, can you please keep your mouse active, mouse cursor active? Then only I think your screen will be active.
I think well, for that purpose, I can switch it off and then probably only have me on the screen. Hey guys, I'm really extremely sorry. Okay, but the presentation that was running was nothing to do with what I'm talking. But I just wanted to give you a heads up of what's all available today in the market on the background as I speak. So, so the major difference between geological and the other modes of remote sensing, if I talk about the academia, which follows the remote sensing activities, is one is the geological remote sensing, and then the geographers also follow the remote sensing. Then environmental specialists also follow remote sensing, and every academia or every academician follow remote sensing for his own purposes, his own research work. Now, so study about landforms. If someone has to study about landforms, then he calls it as geographical remote sensing, or probably landform remote sensing. We call it as geomorphology, and if it is related something with hydro, then we call it as hydrogeomorphological features and so on. Environmental specialists use this remote sensing data for doing EIA studies, which is environmental impact assessment studies. So different academicians have got different interests of using the remote sensing data and the remote sensing technologies, and hence which are both put together called as the geospatial technologies altogether. So when remote sensing technologies started giving meaningful data, and that too in a detailed manner, slowly governmental organizations have started using this this meaningful data, this inferences. Now, why have they started using these inferences? Because if remote sensing data were not available, if remote sensing data and the inferences were not available, then probably people had to go to remote places in order to do their research, in order to do their day-to-day activity. But remote sensing data has today given an opportunity to sit inside an community room or in an AC hall and then perhaps do your work, do a job. And it only requires ground truthing, which is roughly around 20% of the work that a day-to-day person does on the field, is required in order to do his training sites, to collect data from the ground and then recheck with the data that he has analyzed and so on. So which slowly the governmental organizations has caught on and has come up with various different programs. Now, there is a large program which is currently going on, which is called the National Hydrology Program. And this National Hydrology Project, or the program, is to completely look at rejuvenating rivers, rejuvenating water bodies, rejuvenating the groundwater, rejuvenating the land use and land cover, and so on. So remote sensing data, remote sensing data analysis has now given even sharper ideas for governmental agencies to use it and to come up with various different schemes and various different fundings. So this certainly helps the whole community in order to get various different opportunities of work and also opportunities to improve on the lifestyle. So that's how remote sensing has actually led from academia to the governmental agencies. Now, once this governmental agencies have funds and they have started operating on different projects, slowly corporates have come in and then started, using this remote sensing and geospatial technology. And this is what the current era is. So there are these top 5 companies which you actually look at. For example, if I can take TCS, Tata Consulting Services, then we have Infosys, we have Wipro, we have the CT Cognizant, Accenture, and these companies have now come into play. So they have a GIS practice with them. Now, with these GIS practices, they go ahead and bid for a lot of government projects, and then they pick up this project. So talking about remote sensing data, it is started with, starting from the World War II, where remote sensing data was used for, in the Second World War, in order to pick the defense installations of the enemies and then start bombarding on them. So starting from then, which was a complete optical scanning system, it was slowly moved into scanning system with multi-spectral sensors with various different resolutions, and then microwave and lidar sensors, which are all weather condition sensors. Now, from this, what we see is the evolution of remote sensing, and remote sensing data is very, very slow, but it is steady and it gives you a lot of meaningful data along with capabilities of analyzing on top of it. So this data provide different applications, and today we have applications on navigation, which is called as GNSS, meteorological, which all the meteorological government IMD and other AccuWeather and all these meteorological companies use. Then there are a lot of nano satellites being launched. I would like to reiterate here that ISRO was one of the organizations to pump in 103 satellites, nano satellites, onto the orbit for remote sensing activity, and out of which I think Sky Planet was one of the companies which had 88 nano satellites launched in one particular launch. So coming back today, the geospatial technologies touches everyone in life in some point or other, and therefore the demands are much higher and the requirements are newer. So if you look at this current slide, in the current slide, there is a lot of different kinds of sensors. Different kinds of sensors available. Someone using a disto in order to measure the distance. Someone using a mobile backpack in order to do a survey. A car using a mobile Pegasus scanner, 360-degree scanner, in order to do a street view. Someone holding a black color instrument, which is called the BLK2GO, in order to do an inside scanning. Someone holding a scanner on the wall to find out what's inside the wall, how the wires, how the bars runs inside the wall, and someone having an tripod with an laser scanner, which scans the entire inside of the building in seconds and then gives him an output. So, and the latest of all these technologies, what I have currently seen, is the anti-collision system that are currently available in the latest cars. So those are also remote sensing sensors. Now, I'm certainly amazed about it, and I think the whole fraternity is amazed about these kind of technologies. Then comes the terrestrial scanners, which are the mobile, the fixed, the video streams, 360-degree photo shots, panoramic photo shots, and so on. And do you know the iPad, which was released in 2020, comes with a LiDAR scanner. And today, the architects, the people who are into interior designing are also using laser scanners, which is nothing but remote sensing technologies in order to build a better living. Okay, so remote sensing, if someone has tells me to list it chronologically, I would say it all started with geological studies and then slowly moved on to geomorphological studies, then the study of natural resources and management, land use, land cover, mapping of rural and urban, inside and outside, and detailing. Then comes the automated mapping and facilities management, infrastructure maintenance and security, which is the current latest technology, which has been adopted by a lot of companies. Security, and this security is everything to do with a breach of perimeter. Even perimeter breach can be identified using remote sensing technologies, and that's the level where remote sensing technologies has gone towards. And then, of course, usage of remote sensing technologies in giving early warning systems like tsunami, the bird flu entering from Kerala to Tamil Nadu, or the locust flying from the Middle East countries into India, into Rajasthan and neighborhood. So the early warning systems are also being remote sensing data is also being used in early warning systems like that. So that's where we are going towards. So remote sensing data also provides, I really do not know how many people knew about this. The solar panels currently are the technology which helps in reducing electricity energy and then usage of solar energy. Now, did anyone know that remote sensing is going to help them in order to find a location to install solar panels? Yes, remote sensing technologies, by using the reflective index of the sun and then capturing it on images, helps in identification of image of locations where solar panels can be installed. And that's, I think, the height of technology where we are today. Then, of course, we have maintenance of utilities, which are currently carried by taking a snapshot of the utilities from drones, and these drones capture the image of say transmission lines, electric lines, solar panels, and so on, and then these images are viewed in order to see if there is any fault in the machines, fault in the installations, and so on. So from natural resources, from academia, when we move into slowly move into the direction of corporate, the corporate now comes into the picture. And when corporate comes into picture, everything is money, everything is time, and everything is opportunity. And that's exactly what I wanted to point out here, that once we are into the corporate world, sensors gives us data, and data gives us information, and meaningful information is what people are interested in. And then how to make this information work is the current slide that you might see. So we have geospatial data in a database, we have images on one side, we have web services on one side.
Ravish, I think your slide is not transitioning. It is just staying at the most and up-to-date sensor models.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So yes, this is the geospatial ecosystem. So this ecosystem is to help remote sensing data and remote sensing data which has been inferred from the remote sensing data, and then to churn out into a meaningful data. Once it is done, then we have the additional peripherals, which helps us to create into an enterprise platform, to be used on an in wide organizations, then dynamically address the enterprise location-based challenges, which you, Mr. Rajdore, also pointed it out. Then host it on-premise, and then using smart mapping technologies and computer technologies together. So this is the ecosystem that currently helps people to use all this remote sensing data in order to see them on any kind of a platform, on a mobile platform, on an internet platform, on thick clients like geospatial software, on remote sensing software and photogrammetry software. This is one additional thing which I wanted to touch upon. Once we have all this remotely sensed data, now this data has to be managed in a proper manner. And once we manage this data in a proper manner, then we can pull out meaningful information, and we can also pull out knowledgeable decision support system, which is the need of the day. So with all these things available, and today we also talk about the artificial intelligence and machine learning has now boosted the total capacity of all this hardware and software. And hence, if you ask me what is AI and ML, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning, I would like to quote the movie called Endran. So Endran, if you actually look at the first half of the movie, is completely artificial intelligence, and the second of the movie is completely machine learning, and that's how I correlate that movie to AI and ML. So with AI and ML, there is a huge success in the whole story of using remote sensing, its sensors, its technology, and the whole geospatial technologies all put together. Therefore, in many ways, the advancements of all this technology put together has led to no dearth of opportunities. There is a lot of opportunities available, but what is required is the proper skill. And if we deliver the proper skill to the future generations, then I think in India we have a lot of manpower, and hence this itself will lead us a way to be the first and the powerful economy in the world. So geospatial technologies and geospatial practices, if it is taken in a different manner, in the right manner, then I think this will also help increase in GDP of the country. And this is where I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We hereby came to know the importance of academia, the different tracks of remote sensing, and you've made everyone think the darkness we would have faced without remote sensing. The things of crisis and the way we overcome it through remote sensing were really appreciable. What you have said, we are enriched by you. How you said about how sensor give us data and how data give us information for our distinguished needs. Thank you so much, sir, for introducing the geospatial world to us and how we can move through our skills. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I like to renounce Dr. V. Thirukumaran, sir, who has carried out goosebumping educational activities and achievements like first rank holder in BSc, MSc Geology, National Merit Scholarship 1995 to 96 for University first rank holder in BSc, the Chromatry Prize 1997 for University first rank in MSc, and a highly commended PhD award provided by our university. He was also devoted to national services, including NCC officer in the rank of lieutenant from 2006 to 12, brought laurel to the college and inspired many cadets to join Indian Army. Also, Sir has conducted many awareness programs, blood donation camps, and actively participated in national level camps. He is an expert member of District Level Environmental Impact Assessment Authority, Namakkal District. Sir has published 25 international and national papers, chapters in 5 books, 27 invited lectures, keynote address, and presentations. He has also acted as organizing committee member and participated in 27 international and national level seminars and conferences. He carried out collaborative research with IIT Bombay, Periyar University, Mysore University, and Jadavpur University. He was a consultant to a landslide project funded by DST. With that, I request all of your attention to Dr. Thirukumaran Sir's oration. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, one and all. I to have a presentation. I'm just sharing it. So, can you see this?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bardhasan University, Professor M. Selvam, Honorable former Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural University and our beloved Professor SMR, respected and beloved Professor CJK, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jayalalitha University, Dr. S. Anbaragan, and my friends, Professors Dr. Palanivel, Professor Saravanevel, Professor Ramesh, Professor Balikarasu, Dr. Muttamil, and other distinguished alumni of Center for Remote Sensing, Bardhasan University, Trichy. Very good evening to one and all. Indeed, it's a great pleasure to hear the lectures of Mr. Rajadurai and Dr. Pravish. In fact, this is not my presentation is not about technology. I'm going to share some memories. So, we all know how one man's dream became reality in establishing a center. He is our primary source of energy. As far as my memory goes, the course started as a PhD diploma, then upgraded to MTech of 2 years, 1.5 year program, 2 odd semester and 1 even semester. This is our batch of students. On seeing the paper advertisement, I applied here, and I had a thought. Okay, we are the university top rank holder, so if we go there, just go there, they will offer me a seat. When I reached Palkali Perur, there were around 200 students waiting outside the new block. Just remember, at that time, the total intake is just 6. During the time, you had to write an entrance, followed by interview by professor. So I returned the exam and was so confident. Okay, if sir asks anything from geology, we can answer it. But he didn't ask anything from geology. Just asked me what are all the mountains there in Salem. I could hardly remember 2 or 3. That's all. Then I started say 1 or 2. Then he helped me to say the remaining thing. Then he put another question. What is the drawback of polar orbiting satellite? So somehow I could answer. The polar orbiting satellites are repeatedly covering the poles, which is totally unnecessary. Then he immediately asked back, so what is the remedy? I said, okay, why we can go for equatorial orbit. So most of the continents are almost concentrated, landmass are concentrated along the equator. So we must focus on equatorial orbit. From then onwards, maybe he liked the answer. So he then onwards, he was very close to me, and he is close to my heart also. That is the time I realized bookish knowledge is no more a valid thing for in geosciences. So the eligibility for the MTech is MSc Geology, Applied Geology, MSc Marine Geology. This MTech from
Thirukumaran,
yes.
Thirukumaran, put it on presentation mode. I think your slides are not moving.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir. Yeah, right now, sir.
No, put it in the presentation mode, sir. Blow it up.
Yes, sir. Yes. Can you see this now?
Waiting, sir. We are waiting.
Yeah. Can you see this photo?
Yeah, photo is visible, but not in a blow up mode. Presentation mode, full slide mode.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, sir. No problem. Proceed, sir.
But can you see the photo, sir?
Yeah, I could see. We could see.
Okay, this is with our seniors, Pravish and Bharat. Even Bhubadi is also there. So this MTech from the CRS created geological remote sensing scientists who are working all around the world. Since this MTech, the 2-year MTech I am talking about, is after MSc, we have a broader scope in job market. Whether we can take up in any job from geology or from remote sensing industry. So the knowledge and the work ethics important from this center is exemplary. Actually, the transformation that students undergo when they after MSc, from the raw MSc, when they enter into the center, the transformation they undergo is phenomenal. Actually, the entire team I have seen many times. I did my PhD also there only, so I've seen people. The entire team work up to 9, 10. So without a bit of tired, even the team leader will be there. He will be assigning people lot of works, so they will execute without a hint of tired. So this course actually they are more of geology oriented, so they insist upon a lot of field knowledge. No doubt, stronger the field knowledge, better in the interpretation of satellite images. So I had the opportunity to take a few batches of students from the center. These are all some few photographs I wanted to share with our professors. This is some lighter mode with our seniors. So they wanted to. They usually take. I had the opportunity to take the few batches of students to field. When this is the pioneer center of excellence, exclusively meant for remote sensing, it should be allowed to continue with their will of continuing the 2-year MTech program. This is our humble request to the Vice Chancellor of this university. Of course, this is the center meant for offering MTech course. So our department, that is Government Arts College Salem, is one of the department who got benefited by this MTech from CRS. Of course, we send 1 or 2 students every year to the center, and they're all well placed, and many of them are part of this alumni meet also, including Ravindranath, Ramesh, even Anbaragan sir is also our alumni only. So before this 1996, there was a huge gap, almost for a decade. Geologists hardly get any employment. After the 1994 GATT agreement, it paved a way for a lot of private industries. So the demand for geoscientists and well-trained geospatial scientists was on the rise. So the students of this center were fulfilling the demands, the gap. So we must remember, many MTech has been mushrooming up just because the great success of the center. Finally, I want to add one more thing.
Sir, photos not moving, sir.
Sir?
Only one photo with the seniors.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Coming, sir. No
IPD comes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is seniors photo with. They may not be having this photo, I think.
Yes.
Am I right, Pravish?
Yes, I don't have. I saw this photograph yesterday when you had posted it on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Can you press F5 and then again go up and down?
Yes, I'll do it again. Start from the beginning. Can you see the
F5,
photos? Yeah,
it is still not in presentation mode. I don't know
anyhow,
why.
I'll show.
No problem,
I'll show
sir.
individual slides. I'll show the individual slides anyhow.
Yes, sir. Individual slides.
Yeah, we see.
This is with our seniors again, and
if you exceed and if you re-enter again with this one full screen mode, that will be good, I think.
Yes, sir.
If you exit and come again,
yes, sir, I was doing that, but it is not moving. It is okay. But if it's visible, sir, these photos are
yes, visible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. This is with the MTech students in the field, Sithamandi area. So I wanted to highlight this one. This is the higher education GO number 350 released in the 2009. It was carrying a message. I wanted to highlight that one. In that you can read out. Can you see the slide?
Unable to read, sir. No problem. If you can read, it will be okay.
So the assistant professors possessing MPhil degree or postgraduate degree in professional courses approved by the relevant statutory body such as LLM, MTech, etc. shall be eligible for the AGP of 7,000 after completing 5 years of service as assistant professor, subject to the condition that the MPhil degree or postgraduate degree in the professional courses is an subject relevant to the teaching discipline. So this is a GO released. Based on this one, I wrote a letter to my head office so quoting my MTech for the benefit of getting promotion, but they didn't give the promotion since the GO was released only after 2006, but they given me their own increment for that MTech. So this MTech was treated as the 2-year MTech I'm talking about, 1.5 year, 2-year MTech. So those MTechs are equivalent to MPhil. They were treated as equivalent to MPhil. So the government higher education GO is also there. This is what I want to highlight. With that, I want to thank Dr. Palanivel, Dr. Palanivel, and all the staff members of the Government of Remote Sensing for arranging this wonderful alumni meet. I cut short many slides as well. So, on behalf of the entire alumni team, I request the university authorities to consider to revive the 2 years MTech program. That is the main agenda of my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Things end, but memories don't. It looked really cheerful for us to hear your journey, sir. It cherishes the goodness of you to remember the people among your days. I thank you for taking us throughout your flight, sir. Thank you.
Now, it's time to have Dr. P. Mohana ma'am, scientist, Center for Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics, Satyabama University, after BSc India. Agriculture from the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, has been awarded with MSc Geoinformatics of our Department of Remote Sensing by our Bharathasan University during 2007 and doctorate from Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. She has more than 14 years of experience in the field of remote sensing, geographical information system, and image processing. Her area of interest includes remote sensing and GIS in agricultural applications and microwave remote sensing applications. She has a mapping experience in Nagapattinam district, Tamil Nadu, India, for the purpose of mapping the coastal geomorphological changes after December 26, 2004 tsunami. She was also a co-convener in the national workshop on degradation of coastal critical habitats using remote sensing and GIS, organized by Center for Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics, Satyabama University, Chennai at 2016 November. She has published her research findings in 25 peer-reviewed, highly indexed journal papers, 43 conference papers, 6 book chapters, edited 3 books, and authored 2 books. She has completed 7 funded projects as PI, co-PI from DST, ISRO, NRSC, DAE, and 5 consultancy projects from various government institutions. She has coordinated 22 training programs, various funding agencies like NRDMS, NNRMS, DRDO, NCERT, and DST. She was a convener of 9 programs, conferences, workshops, and FDPs. As a resource person, she delivered more than 9 lectures in various training programs, co-chaired of 2 conferences programs. She has received various awards like Best Women Scientist Award from Novel Research Academy, Research Excellence Award, Best Paper Award, Innovative Scientist in Agricultural Sciences Award from various agencies, and also Certificate of Appreciation for High Impact Factor Journals from Host Institute. She is a life member of many professional bodies like Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Indian Society of Geomatics, Society of Earth Sciences, and International Society for Environmental Information Sciences. She is also an executive council member of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Chennai chapter. Hereby, we take the privilege to hear your speech. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all my professors, senior friends, and then junior friends. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Palanivel sir and Saravanan sir for arranging this kind of alumni meet. Because of this kind of alumni meet, only we will get the contacts of our seniors and juniors, and then get guideship from them to proceed further in the remote sensing application field. Actually, I am Mohana. Actually, I am an agricultural graduate from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. And then I did my master's, that is MSc Geoinformatics from 2004 to 2006 in Bardhasan University under our professor S.M. Ramasamy sir, and then C.J. Kumaran sir, and then Palanivel sir, Saravanan sir. They are all our professors. And then actually, how right now how I am feel, and actually most of the persons are here are from the geological background, but very less people. So I think two, myself and one of my colleague from the agriculture background. At first, I don't know how we are mingle or how we have to go with that remote sensing and agricultural applications, whether we have that all job opportunities or all and some other opportunity outside like that. We thought lot. But after entering into the BDU campus, that is the Center for Remote Sensing campus, while doing our project and all those things in the place of with the guidance from the SMA sir, CJK sir, Palanivel sir, and then Saravanan sir, Muthukumar sir, and then Srinivasalu, and many of the persons from the BDU, they encouraged us, and then they developed our background, that means agricultural background. We 6 people only. That time, that is a very heterogeneous group. 6 from agricultural background, 6 from computer science background, and another 6 from the geology background. But on that time, most of the persons, that means MTech 2 years, that MTech geological remote sensing applications, they are all the geology, and then everybody is geology persons from the who they thought that remote sensing and GIS course. But right, and that time we don't know how we will mingle in that group and all those things. But they gave the very good lecture, that is a very good knowledge about the remote sensing and GIS, in that how we have to interpret that remote sensing knowledge into the agricultural field. Actually, at the time for my PhD, that is MSc project work, SMS sent me to Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. There, one professor, actually, they have the facility of the remote sensing and GIS lab, but they told that we are working only on the soil moisture and then soil-based study for remote sensing and GIS. When that time was 2006. Right now in TNAU, they are doing all those works, a lot of works regarding to the agriculture and remote sensing. But at the time they told like that. But SMR sir insists to do the spectral studies and then spectral wizard mapping and then pest and disease monitoring. That time itself, that time we don't have that much of the high resolution satellite imagery also to study about the pest and disease monitoring. So SMR sir insists me to do this type of the work. So at that time I gained lot of knowledge about that remote sensing GIS technology in agricultural field. That is a very important one. And then after that, my master's degree, I joined at NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology. In that division, one division is there, also Integrated Coastal and Marine Area Management. That is called as the ICMA, under the guidance of Tune Usha and then MVR sir. So there, that is a national early warning system of tsunami and then storm surges project. For the entire Indian coast, we demarcated the tsunami possible areas. That means using the buoys and then sensors, what we have to keep into the Indian Ocean seas. And then that how that if the tsunami happens, that means the subsurface earthquake happens in a particular place, how long it takes to reach the coast and the inundation mapping and all those things and all, we did. After that, I joined at Satyabama University as a scientist. Because of SMR sir, he only insists me to join in Satyabama University. That's why I joined. But after joining Satyabama University, I learned lot of things. But in this session, using the remote sensing technology, how the agricultural, that means in which way in that agricultural field they are doing the applications. Actually, the application is a crop forecast. That is a crop production and crop production forecasting. If the crop acreage is like that, if it is a Kanchipuram district, one district they are going to study now. So what is the crop present in that particular area and what is its productivity, and then how it will be how the forecasting of the crop in the future. Yes, that too also we can see using the remote sensing, and then crop pest and disease assessment, and then horticulture crop, and then normal plantation crops. That is tea plantations, coffee plantations, like that. That too also we can demarcate. Actually, most of them know about what are all the agricultural applications in that remote sensing field. But in that advancement of the remote sensing and GIS applications in that bundle, pest and disease monitoring using some of the artificial intelligence or the drone mapping sensors, drone mappings, and then that new technology in that drone mapping also, the sensors which is having the capability to fumigate on particular locations. If the area is infected by some of the pest and disease, no, so that area also we can easily demarcate, and then we have to fumigate the particular area using the drone sensors. So that is one type of the advancement. And then machine learning and then artificial intelligence. These two techniques also right now we are interpreting into the agricultural, because to assess the crop identification and acreage, is not only the acreage estimation and crop identification, it will use the yield modeling and then forecasting and then soil type mapping and then moisture sensors. That remote sensing means it includes that microwave remote sensing and then hyperspectral giving the very good impact. That means that accuracy level of the hyperspectral remote sensing for the agricultural assessment means it is covers around 70 to 80% without field visit. If you are going to the field visit, then that that means the accuracy level will increase. And then drought monitoring, that means the drought based assessment, and then identification of the problematic soils using the artificial intelligence. That technology right now we are using. That means that one research article we are doing that type of the work. And then weather data for weather prediction and then forecasting. Weather prediction, the agricultural weather. That means using the Moody's satellite data, we are using the Moody's data. Our recent project is actually previously the Pravesh had told now to monitor the desert locust route. That means actually in our project we demarcated in which route previous years. Actually the desert locust will monitor 3 years once it will enter into the all the places. That means from that Saudi side, that is the Arabian side, Arabian countries side to India. So from the way is Rajasthan, and then these are all the various tracks, and then somewhat that Madhya Pradesh, till Madhya Pradesh it entered. So using the remote sensing technology, we demarcated which path it is coming and what is the favorable climate, that is the favorable climate for desert low crust. That too also we demarcate using the remote sensing. That is one type of the methodology. And another one important disease, that is disease we faced in for the past 3 years in Tamil Nadu is the rice-based blast disease. Blast disease, that is one of the worst disease in the rice. That too also we demarcate using that Modi satellite data, and then our IRSP6 satellite data, and then some of the meteorological, that means NOAA-based satellite data. From sitting in one place itself, we identify these are all the favorable zones to demarcate. That is not demarcate. This is a favorable zones where whether the rice blast disease will infect in one particular zone. So that much of the in-depth study also right now in agricultural field they are doing. And another one important government schemes is that that one is that flood affected area, that we have to demarcate the flood affected area, and then crop insurance scheme where how much of the crops is occupied, we have in which area the farmers are insured their crop. So according to that crop insurance scheme, how much of the farmers are insured in that particular area, so that particular place only they used to distribute that crop insurance. Actually that is Government of India project. That project TNAU is doing. A similar way in WebGIS, that another one important thing is spatial decision support system. Actually in the spatial decision support system, that survey number wise farmers details they are having, that is a one big huge project, that is the National Resource Information System project. In the National Resource Information System, in our place, that means as a co-investigator we did for the Paramikulam Aliyar command area. In that particular area, not only the command area, for that entire India, they are having the database. In the database, they are having till the farmers data as a survey number based farmer based data. If the rainfall is like that, if the temperature is like that, if the soil condition is like that, so these are all the favorable crops or the favorable economical important crops to cultivate in the particular area. So that much of the information using the spatial decision support system tool we can give. And another one important thing is the spatial decision support system we include into the WebGIS technology. But the recent advancement in this WebGIS and then artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are all the things we are interpreting into, that is including into the agricultural applications. Then it will give a very fruitful information. Other than that agricultural research, I am doing some of the research in Department of Atomic Energy regarding that PFBR assessment, that water level assessment, that means the seawater intrusion assessment. That too also one of the important advancement on atomic power station. And then another one is tree tagging, and then how much of the emission or the radiation happened in that power station, that is like IG car and then Bhavani. There, how much of the power emission, that is radiation, is emitting in that particular place due to the PFBR. So what are all the plants are having the capability to observe lot of emissions and the radiations. That too also we suggested. So that much of the thing we can do. That radiation assessment and all those things is everything is sensor based. That means we have to keep the infrared sensors, and then some of the satellite imageries or the drone based sensor images we have to, because the atomic power station, all those things are defense restricted area. So we can't get that much of that complete satellite data as it is easily. So through the defense clearance only we have to purchase the satellite imagery, and then we have to suggest then these are all the plants we have to cultivate into the campus of atomic energy area. Then it's having the capability to absorb the radiation and then emission effects. That too also we are doing. And then Archaeology Survey of India also we did one project. Actually in that project we have to demarcate the archaeological sites in Tamil Nadu, and then nearest what are all the that means in archaeological site we have to create some of the buffer zones, 2 kilometer buffer, 1 kilometer buffer zone. In that buffer zone we have to demarcate how much of the house and then households materials they are having, whether how much of the how much ton of the ACs in each and every flats, all those things, because it will give some of the emissions. It will, that emission points, it will reduce the impact of the impact site of the archaeological sites. So that type of the assessments also we did. So other than that remote sensing, agricultural applications, as a pure remote sensing person, I entered in this type of the archaeological sites and then atomic power station energy sites also. And then as per the recent advancement, that much only. That is right now we are involving artificial intelligence and then machine learning for crop spectral discrimination and then assessment of the yield forecasting. And then another one important thing is the crop insurance assessment. That means that the agricultural officers or that the village level officers, they used to keep that this farmer is having the crop insurance scheme. That much information only they have. But using the high resolution satellite imagery, satellite imagery overlapped with the cadastral data, we have to demarcate this area, or this area comes under this farmer. So this area is damaged. The damage is after the cyclone impact damaged. This area is damaged. This area comes under this farmer. On the name of the farmer, he is having this much of the land area. In that land area, this is the crop. So all the information we have to include into the spatial decision support system software or the GIS. Automatically, it will give the information about how much of the amount that government has to give to the farmer as a insurance, crop insurance. The flood damage assessment, all those things, flood damage assessment, flood inundation assessment, that and all, you people are very much familiar and then pioneer in that one. But as an agricultural point of view, how that agricultural persons, they are including into the remote sensing technology to get the information very easy and to deliver the information very easy. So these are all the things we are doing. As per the opportunities as agricultural, actually you people are very know about the geological applications and then urban applications and lot of applications, and then you are also pioneer in that one. But as per the agricultural applications, right now the ICR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and then ISRO everywhere, that NRSC, RRSSC, and they are having that agricultural based applications are there. So there we have the opportunities. And then the Department of Atomic Energy, they are having one agriculture lab. In that agriculture lab, they are having some testing laboratory. In that laboratory, they assess that how much of the radiation effect into the agricultural crops. So in that case, they are having that sensors, that remote sensing person also. There also we are having that opportunity. And then CSR, DRDO, all those space and all, you know very well. And then some of the ICMR institutes, Indian Council of Medical Research. Actually, we proposed on research work in ICMR also. That work is to assess the sleep apnea patients using the GIS. This is all that ICR projects are fully GIS based only, not that much into the remote sensing. But all those things are GIS based only. And then some mining area, those who are infected with the that is air pollution, how much of the lung infection they have got through the air pollution. That type of information also we demarket in the GIS. So for the as a GIS person, we have lot of opportunities. And then thing. And one more thing. Actually, I think we people are purely remote sensing and GIS background. That is our masters in remote sensing and GIS. But in all the field, maximum all the field, most of them are using GIS and remote sensing as one of the tool. But as per opportunities, I think this is my I think it's my platform to propose one important thing. As a Tamil Nadu, for the separate section for the remote sensing in future is the State Remote Sensing Center for Tamil Nadu. State Remote Sensing Center for Tamil Nadu to give the wide opportunity as a division base. That means agricultural division and then geological division, water resource division, like that. So different. This is the thing. I think it will give the very good opportunity for the remote sensing persons, because most of the states, they are having their own remote sensing center, but we are having only the IRS, that is the Institute of Remote Sensing. That is very, I feel that is a very tiny group, but in all the fields, at least in Tamil Nadu government also, in Indian government also, all the places they are using the remote sensing, that means for the crop insurance and the river regeneration and then desiltation, the demarcating of the water bodies and all those things they are doing. But as if it is a separate state remote sensing center, that will be very helpful for the remote sensing person. That much only. Thank you very much for this giving this opportunity. Thank you, Palanivel sir, and then Saranavel sir.
Excellent talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We have come to know your achievements in agricultural fields and how SMR sir have enlightened your path through. The knowledge you provided about the crop forecasting, crop pest monitoring, and lot about demarcating crop diseases were really informative. We also explored tons of fields under remote sensing. Thank you, ma'am, for your deep and authentic words about agricultural fields and the contribution of GIS system and remote sensing. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, gratitude, and joy to introduce Dr. N.N. Salguna ma'am, who is the head in research and training, Avakasa Geoscience Research Technology, Bangalore. A former student of 6-year integrated geoinformatics and geotechnology of batch 2009 to 13. After MTech Geoinformatics at Birla Institute of Technology, ma'am has been awarded with PhD from IIIT. She is a research enthusiast. She is also the research consultant of YGCI-aided NGO that works for restoration and development of natural resources. She owns the Active Spatial Science Research team that promotes and motivates researchers, and she was engaged with UK and Australian universities as GIS solution manager during pandemic. She was part of a department of remote sensing as guest lecturer who did not compromise in enhancing her skills. She was a senior research fellow in International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, where she worked on advanced hyperspectral remote sensing in the field of approach for spectral characterization of tree species using CRISPR-Proba imagery and canopy models by assimilating leaf biochemical parameters. She is the first only Asian who has attended the DART program in France. She is the ambassador of DART in India and our sister countries. She has participated in multiple conferences and competitions where she has won. Her research and recognized in peer journals and awarded as Best Paper in AIT 2019, Italy, and also tagged as one of the younger researchers in GRSS, Germany. She was invited for workshops and talks in the Netherlands and Sri Lanka. She currently works for mentoring candidates in GIS and remote sensing and mentoring young researchers. She's been an inspiration for bestowing knowledge as well as zeal amidst her pupil. We welcome you to offer your special address, ma'am.
Thank you, Famita. Good evening, all of you. I'm very happy, glad to be part of this Alumni Meet 2021. First of all, I am thankful to VC sir, Palanivel sir, Sara sir to give me this opportunity to be one of the speaker. So first, let me start with my memory. The day one when I started my 6-year integrated course of geoinformatics and technology. So the first class was actually by Kumnan sir, who was the HOD that time. So he showed me a blank black backboard and he said, let's start with a blank page. Let's make memories. Let's create opportunities in career. He said me one thing that when you be in a college, people will ask which school you are from because there you learn discipline, the habits, the behaviors, whereas when you come to a career, they'll always ask, where is your bachelor's from? They'll never ask you, where is your master's from, or where is your PhD from? They'll always ask you, where is your foundation? So in that case, I really, that day I did not understand, but today being in a position, I do understand that how that words actually matter. All of my teachers who were part of BDU actually gave me an like their impact actually was quite good in my personal and professional life. So few things which I remember from my 4 years of life. So I start from Palanivel sir. He was my guide also. So today, if I'm a researcher, that's because of him, because he always asked me to read tremendous papers, and he always encouraged me. It's okay, Salguna. It's okay if you do not get the results. Try this method. Maybe this might help you out. He was always in helping hand. And today, if I can read research papers so happily, it's because of Palanivel sir. And then I have Ramesh sir, where I still remember there was a time when I went for my first ever competition. So today Famita read about competitions and winning some competitions, but my first ever competition, I actually failed. And the bad part was there were 12 students who participated in that competition. And in that 11 people won at least the third prize or consolation prize. And I had nothing except the participation certificate. So I was very sad. And I just came to Ramesh sir and I said, sir, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. He said, no, Salguna, you have not disappointed us. It's just that maybe people will forget that 11 people who have won, but they'll never forget you, because you had the sportsman spirit to help others who were winning, and you had the energy to motivate all of them, and that's the reason people will remember. And that was a true story, because still that department remembers me, where the competition was held. Then comes Saktivel sir, where he always said, remember Salguna, concepts and logics can become, it can get advancement, like from C to C++, Java, Python and all that stuff. It can give you a tremendous advancement, but the foundation is more important. If you're good in foundation, you can win the world. So make your foundation better. And I think I always thought if I learn something, my foundation should be stronger than the building, because if my foundation is strong, then my building will be absolutely strong. Then comes Sarvanavel sir, where I don't have words. He's one of the most humble person I've ever met. Whichever position you go, I was a student, I was I was a researcher, then I became a guest lecturer. My first salary was from Bardhasan University, actually. Every stage, I never saw him changing. He was always humble, always simple, and his doors were always open for all my talks and my problems, my research works, everything. He always encouraged me. Then comes CL sir, where he was one of the person where I learned that you might be in any position, but if a person is even a layman, and if he's giving you some piece of advice or some information that you might not know, then appreciate him. It's okay from wherever he belongs, but you should know to appreciate him. And I learned from him, because that was a very piece of advice that I still take it. And and I really don't know how to thank all of these teachers who have actually mentored me in my personal and professional life. Now let's come to the students' point of view. So when I was a guest lecturer, most of the students asked me, ma'am, I spent 4 years of my life or 6 years of my life being an BTech or MTech student. So where do I land? So most of the people have this kind of a doubt. They only count money. It's like, ma'am, do I get at least 25,000 rupees after my BTech or MTech? So my presentation is about that. Where do you actually land after your education? So please allow me to share the screen.
Proceed.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, madam. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So the presentation is about the scope of GIS, like where do you actually see yourself after your education, after your master's or bachelor's. So before actually going, I think everybody would have asked you, what's your aim of your life? The same question you should ask at this stage after your completion of your education, like, what kind of job do you want? Like, the career should be coolest, or the work that you love, or it's just the money that you want to earn? Because there are multiple answers that I've got from my students, even from Bhardas and juniors also, when I just came for a small lecture class. So the answer actually gives you the solution of your work. So if you are actually, so my complete presentation is on more GIS and remote sensing because I belong to that background, but I've just incorporated geology and geography so that it will be interesting for you people. So basically, if you're looking for a career or just a job, then GIS can make a fundamental base where it allows you to enter in any field, because GIS is like a potato in any field. Okay, you can be in a civil engineering group, or you can be an architect, geographer, geography, or you can be a geologist anywhere, environmental science. Even being a geologist, you can be in an urban science department also. That's nowhere wrong, and people encourage you for this kind of a collaboration, because GIS can fit into any basis. If you feel that is one of the coolest way, because I feel GIS is one of the coolest way of earning, because I love map making, videos, web developing, phone apps, dashboards, etc. for the public people. So I feel that's one of the coolest jobs. So in that way also you can choose your life career. Or it can be a stepping stone where you can just jump into GIS digitization, which is one of the basic job in India, and then step forward as an analyst or a programmer or a web developer and go on with your career. So the basic job posting when you are a fresher or an experienced of 1 or 2 years, basically you can be a GIS analyst, technician, engineer, a business developer, consultant, data management specialist, sometimes a mapping technician, a QC manager, sometimes an application specialist. It can be for urban geology, forestry, agriculture scientist, anything. It can be a business analyst, where there are people who might do BP and then GIS as one of the diploma courses, then programming, and then as an environmental scientist, software engineer, as a simple geographer where you do most of the surveying and all that stuff, data administrator where you actually maintain all your geodatabases, project coordinator, project scientist, project investigators, and some scientific and technical assistants, basically a researcher if you want to be in a college sector. There are some public and private sectors also. Most of these places you can go for your internships also, and it can be an initial stage of your earning money. So basically ISRO, they have their own exams. NRSE, they actually opt you for internship, and they can actually guide you for PMC, where from internship you can get few types of jobs similar to SAG, some regional remote sensing departments, agriculture departments where you're good at crop counting, yield calculation and all. Geographical Survey of India, yes, if you are actually in a group of 5 or 6 people, they do allow you for internship, and then the best person is actually given a job where they give you training for 3-4 months and they opt you for the job. You have Forest Survey of India, you have for Dehradun, and almost regional also is there. You can opt for that. Ministry of Defense, you have exam, you need to clear it, and then you are opted according to the grading. National Institute of Science and Technology, DST, all these offer the internships and jobs accordingly, and you can join as one of the PMC, where the council will help you to take as an intern, and later you can actually join as one of their employees. So these are some basic companies where actually they opt regular positions every year, actually every 6 months, and their basic salaries for freshers and experienced people is being counted here. So most of them are here, Tech, Infosys. They might be looking like a computer-based companies, but they do have a GIS and remote sensing cell. They do have a drone service, they do have a lot of services which we are studying in our syllabus. So, which will actually be helpful. You should not see that, okay, it's Infosys and that cannot be part of my genre. No, not at all. They very well welcome you all because they need expertise in GIS, because a computer science student might code, might understand Latin long, but suitability and proximity only we can understand. There are some other opportunities also, rather than being a GIS analyst. If you're good at writing blogs and writing, like you're good at your English or any regional language, you can be a columnist where you can entry all your basic social solutions, GIS problems into geomatics columns. There are a lot of services like that. You can be a content developer, basically in web or your phone apps. You can be an educational content developer. You can be a geoscience researcher or geosolutional manager. Or you can be in some universities like schools, colleges. You can be a lecturer. You can be a speaker, and that goes on. There are so many other opportunities. Some of the most ready countries for GIS who actually wholeheartedly welcome Indians in the field of GIS in US, I personally have seen. Basically, the rank is based on 2018 because 19 and 20 was considered to be a COVID scenario. So the rank is based on 2018. You have USA, Canada, Netherlands, Switzerland, China, Malaysia, France, Germany, and Australia. So these countries wholeheartedly welcome Indians who are very much expertised in GIS and remote sensing field. Now, this is a way where I just like to explain the types of job. People only divide that into two, where they say government and private, but it's not like that. There's so many. If you just give government, there's central government jobs, there's state government, in private sector, academic sector, and other corporate world. So there's so many opportunities lying around when you just jump out of the college, the most sophisticated space to an earning space. So the primary section might be like 2 to 3 lakhs in private to government sector. Next, very individually for geologists, you can in an initial section, you can be the applications can be for geological mapping, soil science, land information system, surveying, subsurface analysis, coastal studies, natural resource management, and extra the terrestrial bodies. So the job opportunities are basically given in these particular companies. So this is completely corporate world, where their salary might be from 1 to 2 lakhs annually. Similarly, for geographers, there are so many sections in geographers, and what I am actually counting here is for the freshers. Then that's like GPS surveying, mapping, and all kinds of subsurface and surface surveying categories, demographies, topographical analysis, all that stuffs, where the job opportunities are very commonly in We Do Sky, and the salary is about 2 to 5 lakhs annually. Next, being a geologist, I was from 6-year integrated geoinformatics and technology, but first ever, after leaving a guest lecture job of Bardhasan University, I joined in doctorate, triple IT. Then I actually had my first ever job in one of my civil engineering colleges, and that's the reason I'm one of the best example. No matter you belong to any of your integrated courses, but if you are an expert in GIS, if your foundation is good, you can actually land in urban science also, civil engineering also. If you see the topic itself, you might understand that you are well versed of these topics. Structural engineering, terrain mapping analysis, transportation, watershed management, environmental engineering and its impact assessment, currently the hot topic, hot cake, wastewater and stormwater management, and disaster management. Some of the common companies which give you such opportunities are given here. Approximate salary is 1.3 to 2 lakhs annually. Next, nowadays, architect is one of the stream where public actually demands GIS. We do have a different software called NDMed, BIM, where spatial models are being used, and they actually inquire GIS and remote sensing specialists in their field, where you have to do geodesigns, urban planning and management, smart city, crowd stimulation, 3D modeling, network analysis, parking availability, digital sketches, etc. These are the common companies in India where you have the opportunities where a GIS expert is needed in an architectural company. Salary is 1 to 4 lakhs annually. So overall, we have my company is one such company which trains and have placements for the researchers. And thank you. But before concluding, I just wanted to just tell you that my experience is not even just started. I am just E with experience and S with success. When I heard about all the speakers, I'm just 1%, not even 1%. I'm just the smallest sparkle or dust. But remember, all of my junior fellow students, once a struggle story will be a success story. And maybe after 10 years, you might be one of them. Thank you.
Wow. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
The words started for
Thank
you
you,
by
sir.
Kumanan sir was the same personally how you started for us.
Okay.
I still remember her every practical classes in aerial and satellite photogrammetry, where she was the first to introduce us about GIS, ArcGIS. So by that way, we feel very lucky. We love you, ma'am. And
Thank you so
coming
much.
to her. And coming to her presentation, we've got to know about lots of career opportunities in the fields of GIS among the public and private sectors. Moreover, we came to know the companies, salaries, and other opportunities according to our skills. Thank you, ma'am.
All of you are always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Finally, I welcome respected Dr. J. Saravanan.
Sargana, good presentation.
Sir.
Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I'm very happy that I could listen to you.
Thank you so much.
Good. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Malavia, Kumaran sir can speak for 5 minutes with us.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Dr. Saravanan.
Sir, 2 minutes, sir. To come on.
No, that's enough. No, because stalwarts were there. So
Yes, sir.
in front of them, I am very happy that I could see all.
So, Kumaran sir, we second the Saravanan sir's opinion. Please
No,
Sir, good evening, sir. Please, sir.
This is Purushottam from Tirupati,
It's
sir.
our request.
Out, and then I was
That
just
is in a hurry, sir. That was in a hurry. So now you can leisurely speak.
Yeah, that was because I'm filled up with some urgent work. That is why. Just I came once again, and then I'm sitting in a dark room and just to say hello and then listen to the people. Okay, please. Next, then I will definitely join for longer time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mohana, your speak also I could listen through your YouTube.
Oh, Kandipa.
I was not able to get this link, so only YouTube. So good. You also presented about the agriculture domain. It was good.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I am a little bit odd man out now, sir, in this group.
Yeah.
I feel like that only, sir.
And the end part I came, so I could listen to that one. Very good,
Yes,
one.
sir.
Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Because of your guidance and then SMS guidance only, I am somewhat successful person in this group, sir. That is remote sensing in agricultural applications, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your empathy, sir.
All because of our one guru.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
And the seedling has been done by our professor Samma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we are all thankful to him for.
I think I am the exact seedling, sir. I will 100% or 200% recalled in that word, sir, because the word is seedling now, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Good evening, Kumran sir. This is Raj Durai here.
Yes.
Very nice seeing you after a long time, and hope and trust you are doing well in terms of health and everything.
Thank you, Raj Mohan. One thing is, we all as alumni, we should pray that our professor should get well at the earliest, so that he will be as a matter of fact, he should give a good boost for all of us. He's not well for the time being. That is why he is not able to join. So please let us all pray that he should get well as soon as possible. He will be among us and then to give a boost for our career. Okay?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Shall I proceed, sir?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And now, I welcome respected Dr. J. Saranavel, sir, Associate Professor, also an alumnus of our department, awarded with PhD by our university. He has made tremendous researches in the fields of coastal disaster management, hydrocarbon exploration, tectonic mapping of Tamil Nadu, development of natural resource information system. He has organized several numbers of workshops and participated in many. With all respect, we request you to give away the valedictory address and conclude this successful meet, sir. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, Malaya. This is a very good opportunity to me. This is a very long session. We have started at 3 o'clock. Now up to 7:30, we all are here. We all are with the morning with the computers. So really 4.5 hours we have spent so far. Okay, this is a very easy for me. I don't want to take much things. So I start by formally my vote of thanks. And I wish to say some of the more distinguished alumni are also joined here. They could not able to speak due to the time concern. Even within the 4.5 hours, 5 hours, we could not able to engage a lot of people. Sorry, events from the Odisha, Shahu, then our Muthu Kumar, Kunyanam sir, and other Sumritirega Sahu, Susil Kumar, Kachodia, we could not able to engage them. And Madhavan, and a lot of people, Sadis. Okay, we will have the other, during the other meeting, we will engage them. We will also listen from them. So, okay, now this our vote of thanks. So we must thank our Vice Chancellor for giving the opportunities and permission to conduct this program, and also yes, proceeding over this function, and yes, and he has given a very good talk. But he has given a lot of information how the alumnus can be the scale for measuring the goodness of the department or strength of the department can be seen only from the alumnus, like that he told. Then our distinguished alumni from the vice chancellors to getting the various departments like Pandi, all are here, all are given a very good talk. And our MTech alumni like Pravis, Rajaturai, and all are has given very good talk and very, very interesting things. I don't want to take much time. So our today we have seen our MTech alumni are working in nation building activities. They are in urban planning, they are in infrastructure planning, they are working for India, they are working for the world, they are making a lot of things. It is unbelievable. Our younger students are getting lot motivated anyway, because how our center is there, how our seniors are working in the very, very high levels. On the other hand, the PhD alumni is concerned, our alumni are from vice chancellors to heading the department in the Bharadasa University, Central University, Director, Center for Geoinformatics, Muthukumar, Periyar University, Anbalagan sir is the vice chancellor also, and our alumni are with the Pondicherry University, and also with North India Utkal University and lot of deemed universities. So you think that our PhD alumni are doing very good work and producing a lot of newer, younger brains to the society. So for all the things that is coming from our Professor Samar sir, today he always tried to participate at the last minutes himself, but he could not able to participate. He definitely will give the other meeting. I definitely will come here and participate with us. So I thank all the people who help us to conduct this program, our faculty members, the faculty alumni. So one of the important factors in conducting this program, myself, Dr. Palanivel and Dr. Uttamil Chelvan, who are all the faculty alumni. So here we have spent a lot of times for this. I thank them also. And the prime motto or prime idea of this meeting is to link the alumni and younger students for their job opportunities, for the increasing the knowledge and other things. That motto was, we think, somewhat fulfilled. So at this level, I thank the press and media people also for covering this event. And further, one thing also I used to say that our MTech students, earlier alumnus, has become a lot of entrepreneurs, and they are giving jobs to hundreds of students, and they are in the foreign countries like that. So the today alumni meet is help us to understand each other, and also it really shows the strength of our department. So really, we don't know, we have this much of human resources strength we are having. But today only we have realized, and although all the alumni are ready to help us, support our students, so it is very much helpful to us in the future. So we will contact you, and all the sharings, all the ideas given from all Anbalagan sir to Rajatri sir, and Previs, and all the ideas will be culminated and included in the curriculum also. I thank you all. I thank you all the alumni who are attending this function, and almost we have spent a lot of time for us. We are very much thankful to you, and we are inviting you all the time. Whenever you are coming beside you act as you give a lecture to our students, interact with our students. It will be very much helpful to us. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So with this level, I leave to Dr. Palanivel sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's what we are asking, sir. Yeah, give us some space to talk with our batchmates and colleagues. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Basha.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, how are you? Hi, sir. How are you, sir? How are you, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are you, sir? Yes, sir. I am very happy, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Also there. Our sir is also there.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Yes, Basha.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very happy.
Very happy. Happy to meet.
Yes, sir. Very, very happy, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Continue this program like this so that we will have a good gathering,
Yes, sir.
at least for
Yes,
the time
sir.
being,
Yes,
until
sir.
the pandemic is over. Once the pandemic is over, then we will all meet together.
Yes, sir.
And have a direct.
Surely, sir.
Thank you for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you,
sir.
sir.
Happy
Thank you,
to
sir.
see you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Satish, I could meet him for quite
Hello,
after long.
senior. Sadish.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine, fine,
I
sir.
know that.
Sir, Kumanan, sir. Fine, sir.
Yes. Very good. I am very happy to see you. Okay. Keep it up.
Good evening, Kumanan sir. Good evening,
Yeah.
Kumanan sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening. Ramesh, you are fine, you know? You are keeping
Yes, sir.
well?
I am good. Yes, sir. I am doing good. I settled with the family here, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir. So, how about you, sir? How is your everything good, sir?
Everything is going on very well.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There is some function in our house, so I am moving around. That is why I could not continuously. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Bata.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Palanivel, sir, for arranging this thing. We are very delighted to see all the people.
Nitin Mathur.
Thanks for the opportunity, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good. Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, Tirupati sir.
Bye, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Bye, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Bye, Bharat sir. Bye, sir. Bye, sir. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Great is the art of beginning, but greater the art is of ending. And we have come to the end of the session. I heartfully thank our faculty members for providing a session like this, where I get chance to meet all the alumni, and I am very happy to see you all. I thank each and everyone who were participating in this session. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for giving this opportunity, sir.
Oh, thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank
Sir,
you.
but
Thank
you
ma.
didn't inform me to prepare the PPT, sir. Just now I
No.
presented.
Okay.
Actually, as it is a
No,
presentation.
no. Yeah, we will have the PPT separate session sometimes. Okay.
Okay, sir. But actually, ரொம்ப நல்ல initiation, sir. Then
Okay,
only we
ma.
used to get a lot of context of our peoples now, sir.
Yes, definitely. இல்ல இப்பதான் தெரியுது இவ்வளவு ஸ்ட்ரென்த்தான உங்களா
எவ்வளவு சார்
இருக்காங்க.
ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்காங்க சார் நம்மளோடதுல?
அலுமினில more than nearly 200 இருக்காங்க.
Wow, super, sir. இன்னும் நம்ம நிறைய சர்க்குலேட் பண்ணோம்னா இன்னும் நிறைய பேர்
நிறைய பேர் வருவாங்க. கண்டிப்பா.
Yes,
Thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank you, Malavika and Afrin. We have done very good job, ma, today. And
Yes,
thank you, Paki Vasni. You are
Thank you, sir.
for watching this session without nearly for 4.5
So
hours.
they are our students, sir?
All are our students only here.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That means I am asking. I am also your student only, sir. Because of you
No.
people only I am here, sir. But I am asking whether they are present students.
Yes. They are present students.
Yes,
and this also watched in the YouTube also by a lot of family members and students and other things.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you all.
Sir, whether yes, sir, whether I presented well, sir, as per your sir, whether that is Sadhguru, sir? This much of the big he grown up, sir. Nalla valanduttaru, sir. Oh, At the time he was only this much only now, sir. Okay, sir. Hi, Sadhguru. How are you? Okay. Sir, ஃபேமிலியோட சென்னை வரப்ப கண்டிப்பா ஒரு முறை வீட்டுக்கு வாங்க சார். Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thanks. Thank you, Nitin, Rajesh. Nitin Mathur ரொம்ப நேரமா இருக்காரு. Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm moving, sir.
Okay, ma. Thank
Sir,
you.
in future also, if anything relevant to this type of the work, you please think about our little MSc group also, sir. Last Alumni Meet you missed now, sir.
Okay.
Actually, in your mind and all, sir? Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay,
hey, Rajesh, how are you, Rajesh?
ராஜேஷ் ஆளு மாறி போயிருக்கா, அடையாளமே தெரியல.
சார் எனக்கு புரியவே இல்லை, எந்த ராஜேஷ்னே புரியல சார்.
அவன் தெரியல.
எங்களுக்கு அடுத்த செட் ராஜேஷ் சார், எம்எஸ்சி.
அவன் அடையாளமே தெரியல.
அதான் சார், நீங்க எங்க எம்எஸ்சிய ஃபுல்லா மூடி மறைச்சிட்டீங்க சார்.
இல்லையா,
மட்டும்தான் சார் அந்த குரூப்ல இருந்து ஏதோ கொஞ்சம்
அபிலாஷ் வந்தாப்ல, இல்ல அபிலாஷ் வந்து பேசாப்ல, என்ன பேச்சு பேசாப்ல.
அதான் சார், நாங்க 2 பேர் தான் சார் எப்ப பாரு வந்து சார் நாங்க இருக்கோம் காட்டிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். டோட்டலா சார் எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட், நான் எதுக்காக இவ்வளவு நேரம் இருந்தேன்னா எஸ்எம்எஸ் சார் என்ன சார் ஆச்சு? உடம்பு சரியில்லைன்னு பழனிவேல் சார் சொன்னாரு சார், பட் ப்ரே ஃபார் சார்ன்ற அளவுக்கு
இல்ல, அப்படியெல்லாம் ஒண்ணும் இல்ல சார், நல்லா இருக்கேன், கம் பேக். அதாவது என்னன்னா கொஞ்சம் பழைய மாதிரி ஆக்டிவா இன்வால்வ் ஆகும்ல, கொஞ்சம் இதா இருக்கு, மற்றபடி எல்லாம் சார் நார்மலா இருக்காங்க. டெஃபினட்டா வந்து இந்த ஒரு மண்டே கண்டிப்பா வீட்டுக்கு வந்துருவாங்க.
ஓ சரிங்க சார். சார் நீங்க அவரை பார்க்க போவீங்களா சார்?
கண்டிப்பா
சார். அவரை பார்க்க போனீங்கன்னா என்னோட நம்பரை மட்டும் தயவு செஞ்சு அவர் மொபைல்ல சேவ் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
சரி
சார் ப்ளீஸ் சார், மை ரெக்வெஸ்ட் சார். ஏன்னா அவர் என் நம்பர் வந்து அவர் இது வரைக்கும் எடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாரு.
இல்ல சார் வந்து எந்த நம்பரையுமே எடுக்கிறாரு, எப்பயாவது அவரு ஃப்ரீயா இருக்கும் போதே எடுக்கிறாரு, பெரும்பாலும் எடுக்கிறது இல்ல. நான் சொல்றேன், கண்டிப்பா சொல்றேன்.
அதான் சார் ஸ்டேஜ்
பண்ணிட்டுனாங்க.
சார் அது எங்க மாதிரி டைனி குரூப்புக்கு தான் சார் அவர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும்.
ஆமா, நீங்க ஸ்பெஷல் குரூப், நாட் டைனி
சார். இல்ல சார், ஆமா சார், இப்படியே எங்களை மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
ஓகேமா, மணியாச்சு. நீங்க வீட்டுக்கு போகணும்ல, ஆபீஸ்ல தான் இருக்கீங்க?
இல்ல சார், நான் வீட்ல தான் சார் இருக்கேன்.
சரிமா, சரி.
எஸ் சார், ஷூர் சார்.
Thank you, Dr. Palanivel sir and JS sir.
Thank you.
It was such a precious meeting. I was currently struggling for my career growth, and it was a great opportunity for me to participate in this, and I could gain more knowledge from this, sir.
Thanks for
to upskill myself and to get a good career.
Thanks for what.
Thank you. Fine, sir. They're doing good. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
We can conclude. We have to thank once again to Malavia and Afi.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Sir, you have done wonderful hosting.
Yes, really.
Yes, it was really very nice.
For Malavia, the voice is some problem.
Thank you so much.
Otherwise, you are speaking very well, but the voice.
Sir, the introduction started with Tirukular is very nice, sir.
Yes.
அது நான் எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்ல சார், செமையா பண்ணிருக்கீங்க சார் நீங்க. எஸ் சார், எஸ் சார். எஸ் சார், எஸ் சார். ரொம்ப நல்லா பண்ணிருக்காங்க சார்.
Thank you, ma'am.
நல்லா பண்ணிருக்கீங்கம்மா.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
சார் இப்ப நம்ம எம்டெக் 2 years கோர்ஸ் இல்லையா சார்? இப்ப நம்ம கிட்ட இருக்கிறது 5 years கோர்ஸ் மட்டும் தானா சார்? இந்த 6 years கோர்ஸ் மட்டும் தானா சார்? ஓகே சார், ஷூர் சார், கண்டிப்பா சார். Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, I again thank for the opportunity provided, sir. Thanks for both of you, sir.
இது வந்து ஒரு நைஸ் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் சார். நான் உங்களை காந்தி கிராம்ல பாக்கும்போது கூட ஒரு முறை சொன்னேன் இல்ல சார், எங்களையும்
ஆமா.
கொஞ்சம் அலுமினி மீட்ல போடுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு.
ஆமா ஆமா சரி.
அதான் சார். பட் ரொம்ப நல்ல ஒரு இனிஷியேஷன் சார். ஒரு இப்பதான் நமக்கே நம்ம சுத்தி ஒரு பெரிய டீம் இருக்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி
இருக்கு.
தோணுது சார்.
ஆமா.
ஆமா சார். நான் வந்து சார் ஆமா சார், நிஜமா சார். சார் அதாவது எனக்கெல்லாம் வந்து நான் கொலாபரேஷனுக்கு ரொம்ப தேடுவேன் சார். என்ன பண்றது ஏது, ஏன்னா நிறைய ப்ராஜெக்ட் சார் எங்களுதுலாம் வந்து நீங்க பிரைவேட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி ரிஜெக்ட் ஆகுது சார். அதனால இனிமே உங்களை விடக்கூடாதுன்னு இருக்கேன் சார். கண்டிப்பா சார், ஷூர் சார்.
எங்க முத்துக்குமார் முத்துக்குமார்லாம் வந்தாலே அவர் பேச வாய்ப்பே இல்லாம போச்சு. Okay. Well, thank you, Albani. We can conclude. I think we can conclude the session. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.